a bit of a coin flip. Most played map in the game, always a bit of a 50-50, always a bit of a pug. Exter, I want to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, we did see a good clawback effort coming through from Zero Tenacity that they can definitely lend themselves into this map here, see if they can't bolster up those CT sides once again. But as you mentioned, you know, that's a really excellent performance out of Joffo in multiple different aspects. If you talk about the opening duels, he was very consistent at winning out in some of those. He was also closing out rounds. So if you do start to talk about some of the other key pieces of Zero Tenacity, get more involved, I think that's where you see that extra element come through and for them to close more comfortably. Meanwhile, in the the counterparts Monty side, it was a great combo. You had the 1-2 punch coming through from the two Frenchmen in Afro alongside Haji that were just playing unbelievably well throughout the grand scheme of this game. And for me, that's like a more experienced and more, I guess, proven duo that can more consistently show up for you here on the side of Monty.
Yeah, and that is going to continue to be the case. I don't see it going any other way. Now, I have been a little bit unimpressed with Zero Tenacity lately, and, you know, it's already a conversation we've had about how they had a drop in form, and they haven't really been touching their ceiling. And I do feel like that is going to continue to be a theme when Monty are showing us that they are definitely a bit higher caliber than you would tout them as. The issue is they haven't played for long enough to rack up the points that would give them that, I suppose, that paper rating, right? And I'm not sure if Zero Tenacity in their current form can actually stack up to Monty. And that's why I'm kind of excited to see Mirage, you know? Just something, I wouldn't say fresh, but something that everyone can exercise their individual brilliance on.
Yeah, this is really got to show it right now. And as you mentioned, you talk about the time that Monty have been able to spend together. I think given more time, when they get those T sides more sorted out and more kind of gelled together, I think this team could be, absolutely dominant. I have high expectations for this roster as to how they looked and positioned themselves in that last map. But we'll see what they have on Mirage here. It's their map pick, and look to set themselves up quite nicely. And so far, the pistol success has been looking pretty good in their favor.
We'll see if that continues to be the trend. Joffo, okay, the trend of him being an absolute monster continues.
God.
And he's about to get the ace, which he will. His second ace in the series as Zero Tenacity get gifted another one by the superstar of today.
This guy's playing out of his mind right now. Perfect defense right there, holding it together on the pistol round. As everyone heads his way, he finds every last target. How much can you ask of one man here? Every time he's been called upon, it feels like he's been able to deliver. And in a huge statement to start off map 2, he's going to say, I'm going to keep up this level of performance. I'm playing confidently. What a prime example of what this guy can do.
Joffo, okay, another one. Please let it happen. Please let this happen.
Back to back, 3 aces.
If I'm Joffo right now, come on, you gotta chase for it. I'm zoomed in on the player cams right now. Yeah, you can see them laughing a little bit. I'm sure they're talking about having stolen an ace.
I would be running away from him, trying to make sure that my teammate had all 10 kills so far of the game. Or I'd be running at my teammate, trying to make sure he never gets the, there's no way he gets the second ace. Either one. Depends on what mood I'm in, I guess, that day.
I mean, listen, if they quickly take a technical timeout and we see in the player cams that Joffo's just beating the absolute shit out of Simk, like, I totally understand.
Good. Well, between him and Joffo, they have all 10 kills combined. So, whole lot of impact from that duo right there. Good start for the side of Zero Tenacity. You'll take the fact that you are keeping up that same level of performance from Joffo early on in this map. Weren't sure if that was necessarily going to be the same output from him once again, but a quick answer to the call.
And you've got to remember that that output was also being matched on the other side, right? We haven't, obviously it's too early days to say anything, but we haven't seen that output just yet from Haji and Afro. So there will be some Titans that need to start bringing out their fights as well. B site, the first menu item, and they're going to get run down by the MP9 as soon as they try and negotiate something, accidentally running into the flames. Not ready for it. Nemanja trying to take advantage of that range with the M4. Slowly creeping into the B side. Oh, he might have actually found the one solution there, and his teammate could get punished for it, but Ryu's response is swift and deadly. Brute Monster and Joffo all to do.
Already trying to make their way into this retake here, but not a lot given. Not at the moment. Ryu gonna shut it down with a kill. Still have to get the numbers punched in, which is a bit of a difficulty. Have yet to be able to lock that on in here for their squad. Crossing into the site, successful. Joffo can do it again. 1 HP for Gizmi. With the op in hand, the right tool for the job. Can he find the shot? Catching a little shoulder. I don't think Gizmi caught a visual, but the connection with the AWP comes through. And it saves him so much worry right there of Joffo doing it again for his squad.
Does feel like a bit of a missed opportunity from Zero Tenacity, right? There was a moment in time where Ryu could have been punished, but it didn't actually culminate into a victory there. It's going to be Gizmi and Ryu this time who are going to be stepping up, because, you know, it's funny that in the last game, the conversations we mostly had were about Ryu and Gizmi. And then it was Haji and Afro that stepped up. Now that Haji and Afro have set that standard, we start to have a little bit more words about them on the table. But now it's Ryu and Gizmi turning up, so. Feels like the one that isn't getting the attention is putting up the performance. In that case, Lean should be 40 bombing already.
See if you can count it up. Had a big moment in that last map with the closing it with the Tech 9 round and keeping them in safe hands, but so many different tools right now, it seems, in the map 2 at their disposal. For the side of Monty is the big name of the game here. That's a way to build up some consistency for themselves. Having different players that can have big moments.
Nemanja. Good kill, and I think Gavin's about to get a freebie as well, because that is an AWP that is completely undefended. No one on the trade. I do feel like Monty might have been too eager about solo endeavors here. 2 players shut down individually, but a 3-man push about to come through. Haji, the veteran on the squad, does pop off very strongly. Bomb going down with no issues. It's going to be Ryu, Gizmi, and a veteran to try and get this over the line. All about the bomb side defense now.
And Ryu just not allowing them to start the conversation for this retake. Quick dismissal coming through out of his rifle. Brute Monster and Ivan trying to make their way into this retake. And not quite convinced that they can make it happen. Understandably so. Gonna back out of this call to save. Got to put on display some discipline here, but not a decision that they'll make with a smile. Just a hand forced by the impact from Monty on the entries towards this B side.
Okay, so let's talk about impact. In the 2 rounds that Zero Tenacity have won, 90% of the kills have come from Joffo.
Yeah, that's nuts.
100% of the kills required to get the bomb defused have been done by Joffo.
And, well, there goes your impact player there down. But yeah, that's a good point. And even in that 1v1 where they almost closes it out versus Gizmi, gets opt out, could have added another kill to his tally to save his team. The impact that he's bringing to the table right now is certainly noticed. It's just about, again, being able to extend that to some of the other pieces here to this team. And if we're talking about some of the targets right now, this B defense is getting a little bit of love from Monty. They're really testing the waters in this side of the map, and they're going to be up for the challenge here so far. Not quite. Quick headshot out of Ryu, and they're certainly put on notice. Trying to test the waters here towards this A side. Giving Joffo another chance here. And this time bested quickly. Great entry path and coming through from Lean. Challenging here now is Brute Monster. The smokes aren't in just yet. Finally, that extra layering of utility starts to get tossed in as they're already scaled so deep. Taking control of Connector at this point. Nothing you can do, nothing you can say. Best of luck trying to defend up against this.
Yeah, this is the point where Zero Tenacity should be backing out of this, right? They've already lost a couple of members. Simcase taken a couple of scratches as well. That's a fully defended A bomb site with plenty of time to nestle into much better positions. They've got to back off. And I feel a little bit bad for Joffo because he's playing that relatively abandoned A-side setup. And I'm not sure if I agree with his individual positioning there because maybe he would want to play from the back of CT or something like that because he does leave himself on an island. But he doesn't have any preliminary support. There's maybe like an 8 to 10 second execution phase. And by then, nobody's really rotating over. There's no real support from the connector player. Joffo just ends up taking an individual duel and dying. So I do feel like from the support and individual perspective, this could have been played a bit better.
Yeah, it's always an incredibly difficult job anchoring off that A side, but I am with you. If it's gonna be, that you stack your resources early towards the middle side to try and take some opening duels, then your anchors have to play according to that information, right? That's a big detail of this map of Mirage here, and one that, with the individual output, maybe you can believe that it doesn't matter where Joffo is, he's going to be able to knock down some quick kills and keep his team in safe hands. But in this case, when you're bested that early, you lose that A control, it's going to be a pretty big disaster to try and recover. So far, so good, though, for Monty. I like the way that they layered out that execute. Pretty explosive, and then they had the utility later down the line to secure the round right there. I think that's the cherry on top. That second layer of the execute. This T-side looking a whole lot more effective than Nuke. Understandably so, but you can see that they have the dry runs, they have the execution, and they have the firepower to back it up right now. And Gizmi certainly showing that firepower. Moving past the smoke, still a little bit of breakdown there with Nemanja with the rifle on the scene, but not a big concern. They scale effectively into the bomb site and lock themselves into digits.
Mostly quiet from the entire camp of Zero Tenacity. And for Brute Monster, he's not even had the taste of a kill. Heading into this game, I didn't really expect it to be this one-sided because I know that Zero Tenacity just have the tenure and talent to push back in a pretty big capacity, but they were a bit dumbfounded on Nuke. Mirage is so far the same story. And you're right, they've got the firepower. Monty is just criminal with how much better they've been in the firepower department. I think Joffo can be taken out of that equation, sure, but everybody else, they're not matching up at all. The entirety of Nuke was pretty much just a Joffo show, and the fact that they get away with 9 rounds is just a godsend from their best teammate right now.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. He just bought so much time here, and even the way he starts off this map, it looks like he's buying more time for his stars to get aligned, for Brute Monster to start showing that consistency that he had last year, and right now it's missing. Up catwalk, I mean, look at the execution right now. Lean, too quick on the trigger, too quick on the draw. Brute Monster with a shot finally connecting, but that leaves him vulnerable. They're scaling out of apartments, and there's nothing he can do to follow it up. Positionally way too strong right there for the side of Monty, and it is done and dusted. Already converting this round right here with nothing you can say. Putting on a clinic. That catwalk scaling right there from Lean. You just love to see it. It does feel like right now you're operating with everyone on a high right now. Everyone able to step up to the plate on the side of Monty. Just no missing pieces. There's setup. There's love for every player on this team. And it shows in the rounds. Anyone could find the impact here on this Monty squad.
I'm trying to think of what Zero Tenacity should be changing, but it kind of feels like there's quite a bit of retooling that can be done. Self-infliction from Monty. Really good boost with the AWP, but they don't have the aim to match it. Afro, bit of a big whiff that could have given them a decisive advantage. Molotov is perfectly placed, and look at Haji though. He threads the needle in a very awkward position, but there is some pushback allowed from Zero Tenacity. Lean the only real casualty though. I really thought Brute Monster was going to hit that shot, but connections have been a rarity. Oh my goodness, what a fumble from Simke. An entire magazine will be emptied into the top wall of connector.
Oh man, that's just brutal right there. The op just free reign to fire away. And Brute Monster gonna get his second kill here.
By the way, Gizmi's on 1 HP. Like, he was this close to death.
And now he's this close to hunting down this kill. He's just gonna try and offer himself up as a sacrifice for his teammates to scale, and a worthy one at that. No op held on to. In fact, gonna be recovered from Haji.
Yeah, Brute Monster in that saving position was just collecting the types of kills that you would show in a suspicious highlight reel that conveniently has the top half of the screen cut off so you can't tell what context the kills are in, and then it suspiciously cuts off a little too early before he dies.
Now he just needs to win one clutch.
Yeah.
So that he can make sure that his teammates know in the highlight reel that they won some rounds.
The good old 3 kills and the thanks for watching.
Yeah. Right now, it doesn't look like that's a possibility. Look at the heat-seeking missile that Monty are right now on this A site. Lean, another opening pick that offers up a lot of impact here. I haven't trying to lock it down, but simply overwhelmed.
And you want
Joffo running a little bit dry on the ammunition. Whips out the sidearm versus a sidearm of Haji as well. His Glock reigns true, though. We're playing the pistol round that Joffo was so strong on. But still bested its Brute Monster on the scene.
Nuke chasing down. Lean, though, getting a bit of vengeance after having been inflicted so many deaths. Brute Monster, 1v2. They know exactly where his position is, so they're going to route all the way around. And the thing is, even if Brute Monster is preemptively ready on the B bomb site, it's just a little bit harder to hold with the AWP. So you've got to watch out for it. Brute Monster still might be overcooking it a little bit, perhaps thinking that they could scale up connector instead, but he doesn't hear any audio cues. That is a free bomb plant allowed to Monty with no real contest.
Like you said, would have been nice. It would have been a luxury to get towards that site before their feet are planted, but a little too late to ask for that. Now you have to make it out of market and deal with this duo. Lean and Haji not going to let things slip here. Quick headshot out of Haji to seal the deal. Full house between this duo. And Monty are scaling up to now 8 rounds here in this first half. And what remains to be a theme here for this best of 3 is dominance in the first half for Monty. Talked about the clawback from Zero Tenacity in that last map. Didn't mean all that much when that first half was so pulled through. Well, you've got that luxury again. You've got time to calculate. You got time for mistakes in that second half. It just seems to be confidence they can build upon.
A single kill isn't going to be paying the bills just yet, but Imana's happy he can get his hands dirty at all. One of the few times where they actually get an opening is going to be in a round where they don't have the means to convert it.
At least that opening means that they can start to collect some of those tools that will help them close it out there. That ALP, or that AK rather, I should say, is held on to. Pretty valuable kickoff here. Now they have to deal with the rest of the stragglers now, and handled by Joffo. Trade is quick from Haji, but they're surviving with an advantage right now. A lot of damage done to Haji as well to back it up. This position for Brute Monster could be very strong. Flashbang goes in for them to scale. Sides are turned, perfectly handled. That's a high HP member as well, and there's Haji bested with low HP. Now it's just Afro left into a clutch.
Yeah, but he's only got 20 seconds. He needs to be very careful at navigating this. Avin's right behind him as well, and few options remain for him to scurry off. Zero Tenacity, best case scenarios for them to end the CT side with the exact same scoreline that they ended the first half of Nuke with. And that is something that they're still going to have to fight Monty for, but definitely a sigh of relief that they can cushion this side a bit more before they have to put on the T-side uniform.
Which can they lean on that saving grace here? That's a big question. Able to back it up with another one here could be a big benefit for this squad as well. Running a little bit in a row. Try and plant their feet here on this map of Mirage. But already 2 opening picks coming through out of Rio. Is not going to let that slide. Absolutely brutal opening stages from this. And Haji finds another one. 9-3. Looking all but guaranteed unless Simke and Avin can do anything about this.
Done deal that's already signed and packaged. Sending it off into the second half with a massive advantage, Exner.
9-3. Look at the opening. 2 quick kills coming through. Not allowing for any sort of escape right there either. Nice little bow on top. A 9-3 scoreline here. Looking incredibly dominant is the side of Monty in this best of 3.
Inches away from getting it done in 2 bites. And the dualies will be forming the stronghold up close. Ryu gets to dip. And he knows he doesn't have to go into the deep end of the pool just yet. Zero Tenacity already drowning. They've got a prong coming through from Connector. Try and make this a little bit more negotiable, but they already know that they are locked out of this contract. Oh. And Monty might have found a solution, but Lean is happy to turn things around again. Brute Monster and Oven, lots to do. Time not exactly on their side as there's only 50 seconds to go, and they'll have to stampede through apartments. And there's a nade waiting for them as well. It hits one of the players, Oven quite low, and it's all about buying time for Gizmy as he waits for the reinforcements to arrive, and he might not even have to as he rips one of the heads apart. Brute Monster fighting for dear life. Really good little tap, and Ryu expertly moving around, avoids bullets, and gets another kill for his dualies. Double digits now for Monty. Surprisingly potent for blocks, because I heard a couple of dinks in there.
Oh yeah, they're doing some damage right now. Oh, it's eventually mopped up, but it is a lot of casualties taken. Not the most comfortable look, but one that does the trick right there. And I guess when you're up 11-3, it's not the end of the world there if a round comes close. A little bit of a traffic jam in A main. Kind of resolve that by just bailing out there. Nemanja chasing down. I think he knew he had to put the round on his shoulders a little bit right there. Losing out on already an opening duel. Finding out another kill though. Smoke spam Haji.
What am I watching?
Has no idea what's happening, and Joffo seems to be fully aware. They're inside of ladder. The positionings look a little too strong to fail for Zero Tenacity.
Bomb, you know? I thought maybe for a second if Afro pushed like 3 seconds earlier, he could have seen the bomb going all the way back to B. Lean does have a chance to isolate a duel here, so that could change the outcome of the game. At least this round. Haven. Does he try and search for any info? Lean is extra careful, but he still runs right into the crosshairs of Haven. There's only so much diligence you can have. Afro doesn't have a horse in the race anymore. We'll be saving that AK-47 instead.
It's a very short-lived 4v5 there for Monty. Missed out on early game plan to try and aggress towards A, kind of like they did on the pistol, but this time disrupted by Nemanja, who, again, I think was very wise to go and take that space back when he realized that, okay, we're losing out on a couple of these duels. Someone has got to be able to provide some coverage for our team here. Someone's got to step up to the plate. Might as well be me. He answers that call effectively. And you lose that Palace player. I think that challenge of that round gets pretty bleak, and it instantly becomes recovery mode if it wasn't for Nemanja finding that impact there.
Oh? Afro just committed a drive-by on middle. Didn't even stop to shoot.
Wow.
Zero tenacity, though. Nemanja's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting. He's been responsible for the previous round with a double entry, and he's doing it again. Afro's already rotated over. I'm not sure if they'll realize there's a player in the corner, and with the trajectory of that nade, that does seem to be the case, but the Molotov will eventually fish him out, and Joffo takes advantage of it. Gives me and Haji. Probably the idea here is to just do a little bit of damage, because they don't have anything significant to hold on to.
Oh, there you go. Bit of damage for you.
Those deagle shots.
Not the easiest gun to try and keep contain onto. We'll be able to hold on to an MP9 at the very least. Another 4v5 that sours out there fairly quickly, though. You look at the way that they have to pull that one back. Pretty impressive. On the side of Zero Tenacity, it comes at the hands of Nemanja being very prepared for these tough to deal with angles. They still have a little bit of fight left in this team here, not one that's easy to put away.
It's still following the same storyline that we established on Nuke, where Monty would eventually run into a small roadblock and then it finished the job. But on a map like Mirage, I rate Zero Tenacity a little bit higher. Monty getting ready for a stack on the B bomb side, and that is where Zero Tenacity have decided to go. They're gonna have to watch out for the util. Gizmi is keeping them busy. There's an AK recovered, but instant punishment from Alvin. They know they've hit the wrong bomb site because there's so many players here. Haji still keeping them on their toes, brings it down to just one, navigating still. Brute Monster misses the shot out for the Glock. Haji can get it all done, and he's being super careful, knows that it's tricky to find a shot with the AWP when you're in B apartments. But sooner or later, he's gonna get curious. No audio from either side. Brute Monster wary of opening up that scope, and Haji light-footed. Oh, swings out. That's a missed shot, and there's no way a stack like that works. 12-5 as Monty get away with murder.
Oh, we just talked about it, you just mentioned it. But eventually, you're gonna see Monty capitalize on a moment right there. I didn't think it was gonna be in the very next round. I didn't think it was gonna be right then and there. And what a troubling way to carry over series point here for Monty. I mean, that is... It feels like the nail in the coffin. We talk about the ability of Zero Tenacity to hang into these tough matchups. They are so good at it. But surviving that... I mean, best of luck. Well, maybe they can't just do that. Your double opening picks. I think they're interested in sticking around a little while longer.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity aren't done yet. But doesn't feel too different from Nuke. Resistance has been offered always from Zero Tenacity, but it's not been enough to actually pressure Monty in any reasonable capacity. And once again, a big chunk of the rounds that they are able to bring to the board are coming off the back of Joffo. Also, gotta give some credit to Nemanja where it is due, because he has been responsible for entries.
Yeah, he's been Very good at just kind of, you know, taking the reins off himself and getting aggressive, providing some opening duels here for his squad. Gonna be a big influence in that department. And Zero Tenacity showing that it's not over. Not by any means here. Joffo putting on a little bit of, just feels like aim training right there in the mid side of things. Before the rest of his team gets involved. Starts to slow things down a tad. It's unrelenting utility right there on the Ryu. Nothing you can do about that. As the finishing blow comes through out of Palace. 7 locked in here. I mean, only 5 rounds to close the distance, and I will say, they would have loved to have that B rush kind of avoided right there, avoid walking into the stack. But that's been the only round that they've lost with guns in their hands. And it comes as to having 5 defenders on the right bomb site. Other than that, I feel like the entry work here for Zero Tenacity is replicable. And that's a scary sign here for a comeback.
Could be, oh, not having your MP9 out already. Could have been an oversight that Lane could have gotten punished for.
Oh, no.
Joffo doesn't quite optimize the way he gets on the bench, so too much of his body is exposed. And it does feel like a sign of the times here, Exner. Plenty of utility available, but not a lot of space with a lack of time on the clock. Bomb is eventually going to make its way to A. They are going for a 2-pronged push-through connector. About to creep out now. Ryu needs to hold strong, but he won't. Simke down. And Lean wants to make sure that he has a stronghold on the situation. Wants to be that second flank that can allow them to wiggle their way back into the site. Nemanja on the bomb, but they're expecting him. Simke trying to fight back.
Oh my god.
And soon, Lean is going to realize that his position isn't going to yield any dividends.
Well, there you have it. Another tough fight through this round, but managing to pull this one back pretty comfortably. In a 4v5, again. Advantage here. Lean gonna be able to hold on to his AK with the amount of effort that he puts in holding on to the rifle, but the rest of his roster couldn't really carry forward the resistance required for him to succeed in that Palace position. Extra death right there for Lavin. Again, this is no concern right now. The way that we're watching Zero Tenacity fight their way through an incredibly difficult scene. Another deficit played out right there that they have to fight back from. And they have the survival instincts. With the amount of reps in games played for the Zero Tenacity roster, they really have seen it all, so. You know, no matter how frustrating the way that Monty got 12 was, they're never out of the picture.
Definitely not. With just the 4-round deficit, it is a real prospect that they'll be right back into the swing of things. And with pistols being on the menu for Monty, an instant round conversion is definitely not possible. I mean, I say that, but we did see a stack work out as well as it did, so. I'm on thin ice when I say something like that.
You never know. Would be a wild way to end it. Given the cohesion, given the entry work right now. Nemanja, I think, really starting to hit alongside the likes of Joffo. I mean, he's still feeling like a very much one-man show with Joffo's impact here, but Nemanja backing him up here, I think, is the important detail. having a partner in crime, it feels like the combo of Afro and Haji in that first map. Well, Joffo in the second half not left stranded.
Very elaborate way for Zero Tenacity to be playing this. Taking their sweet time, not wanting to run into anything. They've already learned their lesson. And once again, openings upon openings from Nimana. Joffo already having beat this, well, at least met the score line that he previously got on Nuke, so he's definitely had 2 banger performances already. Just need to now dunk it, take it all the way to overtime. This is possible. Oh no, no way. 5-7 does a bit of damage, opens up avenues for Gizmi to activate. It does, oh, hang on, Brute Monster, he can still save this. This is salvageable, knows where the final player is, peeks out. Saw the Shadow tuck over towards the right side, and he's going to be committed to the hard scope, going all the way around. Knows he's being chased. Oh, the flick to save it. Brute Monster coming to life when he's needed. Monty nearly got it.
That was it right there. Back against the wall. Doesn't get any better than that opportunity to seal it on up, and it slips from their grasp. Finally felt like they could get a defense rolling. And instead, it is going to be Zero Tenacity fighting for their life. That is a reviving clutch right there. You feel like it has to be. No better way to win than that. Brute Monster providing even extra coverage right now, but it still needs to be done from the remainder of this roster. Nemanja down low. HE is flooding the zone. And damage secured right there to keep the advantages rolling. Joffo still on the server means anything's possible, and he's making a crazy move here. Plucking past the smoke. Ryu has coverage for the Palace position, and Joffo saved by the bell right there of Ryu's coverage. Brute Monster has to one-up his performance from last round and get a 1v4 instead, bested by his counterpart. And well, Zero Tenacity claw their way back to another 9-13 loss here, but it's always feels like those first half that they have to give themselves more room to work off of.
Yeah, terrible performance on the first halves, you're right, but it always felt like Monty were a cut above. The firepower department, when you consider it in more of a broader perspective, Monty was always winning, right? We had a couple of moments where Nimana was good. We had a couple of moments where I think all the highlights were coming out from Joffo, right? But it's not enough when there's firepower across the board from Monty.
Yeah, and unfortunately here, despite the very strong effort that they put together right there, going to be ending up closed out. As you can see, man, 108 ADR and back-to-back 39 losses. He was really trying his best. Nemanja, you know, activating a little bit later there as well, being able to have some impact. Brute Monster with an incredible clutch to keep them alive, but it always felt like it was Zero Tenacity fighting for survival instead of ever finding themselves ahead of the pack there. And you look at the kill distribution here, the fights that we've seen in between the top and bottom of Monty, and I think everyone had their moments in the sun. Everyone had their chance to shine here on this team, and I think that's a big difference maker in terms of how we see this roster step up to the plate here throughout the grand scheme of this series.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see more resistance from Zero Tenacity. It's been, unfortunately, a bit of a storyline for them recently that they have been on a downwards trend. And, you know, within Compass, they're still not out yet. It's still 1-1 for them. But I do really hope that they improve in the long run, because this is a team I've been keeping my eye on, and I feel like everybody's almost been forced to keep their eye on with how much they play, right? So I definitely wish them the best. That being said, though, That was a really good performance from Monty. I'm very happy to see how their newer project is doing, and I do feel like if that trajectory continues, they could be one of the top contenders. Speaking of contenders, we do have more to go within this contender stage. We've got the Rush B versus Sangal game coming up next, but that's going to be after a little while because this one was wrapped in 2 bites. It's going to be about an hour since then, so, you know, maybe keep that tab open in the background, and in about an hour, we'll let you know that the stream is back.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of...
Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still good, but
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. It was a bit of an extended break because that first match left a lot to be desired from the Zero Tenacity camp, but Monty definitely did a really good job. But that being said, though, we're about to go live with the second game. Well, at least for us, right? Before that, Travis and A's did cover a game as well, but it is going to be Rush B versus Sangal.
Yeah, looking forward to getting some information around what these two teams are coming through there. Obviously, I think Sangal building up a really interesting and cool project up against a tough Rush B roster. And as you highlighted, not the most pressure on this matchup here. It's a good position for both these teams to be in, starting off well, but obviously looking to carry it forward and match some of the energy that we've seen from a roster like Monty. It'd be a great opportunity to continue to build things up here for both of these rosters.
Yeah, and I'll be 100 with you. I haven't really watched too much of Rush B, and it's a little bit surprising to just see the kind of results that they've had. Like, they have been able to get some really good wins against relatively bigger teams. Now, they've been a bit quiet in the past few weeks because there's just not a whole lot of CS action been going on for them. They had a couple of games where they did still look promising. Like, they had a really close game against Ecstatic, which, you know, they ended up getting 2-0, but one of the maps went all the way to overtime. They also had a decent showing against the likes of ENCE, which I do still rate quite heavily. So I do feel like Rush B is a team that is going to continue to climb up in the rankings and might be a little bit underrepresented when it comes to the types of ratings that they're going to have on paper. Similarly, when we look at the other side, right, I do feel like their opponents are kind of in the same boat because Sangal, you know, they don't have a whole lot of points to their name, which is why you're going to see the issue of not particularly having like a super high world ranking or something. But they've got some really good pieces. So they've got the trio of Mary, Beanox, and Mast, who were previously spearheading the Permita project, and they are definitely an interesting bunch to watch. I love watching Beanox on an individual level, and one of the conversations I've had with MNJ as well about Mast is that he is just an incredible talent that can often perform much better than the ratings might signify. I know, like, it's kind of hard to inhale copium when we're dealing with a 0.88 rating talent, right? But trust me, when you watch him, the eye test looks a lot better. Then you throw in the talent of Denis into the mix, the experience that Blitz can bring to the table. I think this team is very easily going to skyrocket in the rankings, at least for the next couple of months.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, this roster seems jam-packed with potential, and you know, seeing what some of the players can do. I agree with you on the point about Mast. I am surprised to see, you know, his rating so low, but my expectations are that he can maybe make a climb here. Blitz has always been a very exciting and interesting piece for me as well, with the sort of impact that he can bring to the table here. I always really liked watching what he can do in you know, rosters in the past, specifically like YaLLa, who is the team he stuck with for quite some time and did the most with. But I always like what he was able to bring to the table with that roster. And then again, the combination of a player like Denis into this team, I think it offers up a lot of like redemption for these players and a new opportunity to reach some heights with actually a very solid construction of a roster.
I do think that is going to be the case. This roster should be soaring to much better heights. Now, I'm not really sure how quickly that's going to happen. I think, especially within this matchup, because previously they have actually played against each other, right? RushB and Sangal, when they butted heads last time, it was a 13-10 finish on Anubis, where Sangal had to take the knee, and then on Nuke as well, it was a relatively comfortable affair for RushB. So it's kind of hard to gauge the level that Sangal are at right now, because they are going to be continually developing very, very quickly as a roster, and in sort of the teething months of the of this iteration of the squad, I don't really want to go off of the samples that we have. Like, realistically speaking, right, this exact iteration has only been playing for about a month with the newest 2 editions. So I'm still waiting to see what they're going to look like on the server once we've let that bit of time pass.
Yeah, and I think it'll just consistently get better over the grand scheme of things, and you know, as time moves on here, that we should be reaching bigger heights here out of Sangal. That being said, we are ready to see what sort of map pool that they've been able to kind of build together here as a unit. We'll see what sort of maps they've been able to bring in some comfort. I think, you know, first things first, one of their most common victories has been Dust 2 here for the Sangal squad. That's obviously going to get banned out to open things up, and I think that automatically kind of gives Sangal a bit of an inherent disadvantage in the veto, given that that's RushB's perma. So one of their strongest maps gets taken away from them just out of the gates. Anubis is going to be the way that they try and respond here, but again, you know, you see that pick coming through from RushB into Nuke. It has been a lot of struggles on that map so far for this roster on Sangal, so you're looking at the sort of comfort here, and you're looking at the way that that last series rolled out. We're getting the first 2 maps that we got to see, you know, out of these 2 teams not too long ago, so it will be interesting to see them kind of play it back here and see if they can't run it back. I believe, actually, did this match happen today? Are they playing each other twice in one day?
Didn't they play yesterday? Hang on.
Oh, it might have been yesterday. Yeah, you're right.
Hang on.
It was yesterday.
I need to double check this, but regardless, we already have a sample, right? RushB versus Sangal has happened before. That's what matters. And the exact same turn of events has already happened. In fact, it was the exact same veto, I believe. So we'll see how that one rolls.
Actually, yeah, it was earlier today. It was,
right?
It was, yeah.
So I thought this was the 29th. I thought it was on the 29th of April. I didn't get a chance to see them play today. Okay, yeah, I think I might have mixed up the other game that RushB had against a team called Delta. But yeah, apparently, so same veto, same teams, twice in a day. That's what's going on.
I mean, this roster's already, this is now the 3rd best of 3 that they're playing today. Crazy work from RushB that they've been able to so far go 4-0, and they get to play another best of 3 up against the side of Sangal. So that to me right there shows the amount of work that they're putting in. I saw 29 maps played on Nuke there. That immediately shows you that in the last 3 months these guys have been putting in the work here to grow, and I think that's going to be one of the biggest benefits, is the fact that they are putting in that much hours into the scene. Now, can they do it back to back? Can they find the consistent wins now that there's some time to calculate here for Sangal? We'll have to find out, but running the same veto back is really interesting to me.
Yeah, for Sangal, it's also, I suppose it's a sign of confidence and being a bit unwavering in your gameplay, in the sense that they don't think that that this would happen twice. They're at least the message they're sending is that they're confident in what they've picked, you know, and that they might have fumbled once, but they can definitely recover on the second time. Now, I'm not, I get it, like, it's almost like an ego thing at that point, right? But it would be such a defeat if you get clowned on the same maps, the exact same veto by the same team twice in a row. So I want to see if Sangal can do something different. We'll see. We're about to head straight into Anubis. Not really sure what the sidings are going to look like, but should be RushB on the tee. Yep, there it is. Just based off of the fact that Sangal have picked the map, so RushB would want to start on the advantageous side, which is the terrorist.
Yeah, it would be really frustrating. Would it be crazy surprising to see more struggles here for me, at least on the side of Sangal, given the prospects of this RushB roster and the veto here. But that being said, on the pistol, we already see some of the success that they can bring to the table here. Early pickoffs on the T side, giving them space to hold on to. And the numbers to get punched in as well. Find themselves in a solid spot at the moment. See if they can lock it in the post plant. Another kill coming through from Executor. And just keeping this one at arm's length here, not allowing for anyone on Sangal to pull through a retake. Well composed.
This is a bit of a disaster, right? Oh no, that is just...
Oh no.
With the... I mean, on its own, the knife isn't too bad, right? But with the context of what we already know about how these teams have butted heads together, this is worrying to say the least.
I guess a little bit of a disaster in the way that pistol shaped up, but can always be worse with a knife kill as the cherry on top of that victory. Locking in a cheeky little knife there to close it out. More confidence being manufactured here from Rush B as they look for their 5th map win on the day.
So, 5-7 could have been a bit of a problem, but Executor will make sure that it isn't. Also, I've really been loving the new style of player cams we're seeing. I think it's been a bit more enforced now, with just having visibility of the body and the monitor and everything.
Yeah, I do. I like that direction. Good decision making there.
You know how phones have under-display cameras now, like some of them? Like, it's not like widely adopted, but some of them have under-display cameras. I feel like that would be such a cool feature in monitors, just to have way better player cams.
Actually, unfamiliar. What is a under display?
It's exactly what it sounds like. So it's just a flat. So you know how most phones just have a notch to accommodate for the front camera, right?
Yeah.
Instead of that, it's just a screen that is semi-transparent to a camera's eye or whatever the technology may be, so that you can have a flat screen and have a camera embedded right into the screen. So then you could, like, if there's like a camera like that,
Kind of like a laptop.
no, so it's under the actual display segment. So you know how if somebody, like, if I were to have a camera mounted on top and I'm playing a game, right? It kind of looks like I'm looking down at something. But if the camera's inside the monitor, then it'll look like I'm looking directly into the camera as I'm playing.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, never happening though.
Like that. No, maybe not. We can hope. The future's bright. Hopefully.
Hopefully we're... Josh told me yesterday that apparently, like, there's a whole conspiracy about... Well, not conspiracy, but... he sent me a bunch of links, okay? I'm not sure if I'm going to take his word for it until I do further research. But he said, like, the magnetic field of the Earth is weakening and we're supposed to have, like, another extinction event. I'm like, hang on, wait, why didn't I know about this? Like, what?
Oh, boy.
Josh just, like... He's a great commentator, and then some days he'll stay up a little too late at night, go down a rabbit hole, and then he'll be sending me like 7 links about conspiracies. And the only time he actually brings it up is while we're on broadcast, so there's that.
Yeah, giving everyone on the in Twitch chat existential dread. Sometimes you need that though early in the morning while you're watching some Counter-Strike there. Could be a good wake-up call. Right now that's exactly what Sangal need. A huge wake-up call because these rounds just flowing through so easily. There's a Mac 10 rush kill.
So Rush B
and Rush B rushing A.
It's the classic, you know the classic meme of typing Rush A in the chat and then going B instead?
Yes, yes.
It's like that, but they've just embedded that meme into their name.
It's a very smart move.
Yeah.
Organizationally, that's a great decision.
Yeah, so some organizations might have sports psychologists, some of them might have coaches, others are smart.
Save out all that money. Just put it in the title.
Uh-huh.
Never let them know your next move.
Yeah. We should start a business. Just come up with terrible brand identities. Our next project? Rush C. I guess you don't like me then, huh?
I guess that's a project for Valorant, I feel. Which would match the idea of the terrible branding.
Don't send me down that rabbit hole.
You need to be able to stop the rush at this point. You know what's a good way to do that? I think bringing in the AWP makes it a little easier to deal with the sort of pace that we're seeing out of the Rush B squad. See if they can deal with that pace here.
Did they get an audio
With the
cue
cannon.
out of that? Oh.
Oh no. Oh!
Good shot from Danis, and he barely sees ahead and tries to exploit. Nades coming through. Don't know if Rush B actually want to go for this just yet because they do have plenty of time on the clock. Up close and personal. Mary's got to back off because he's emptied his mag into the wall. There is an AWP ready as a tripwire as well, and rerouting your efforts now. It needs to be done soon because the time will eventually be ticking down. Rotation's already being brought forward. B entirely abandoned, so a fast rotate into B could be exactly what the doctor ordered. Look at this. What is the setup?
Kind of crumble here, breaking down at the seams. And now a quick rotation back to try and recover this. Beanox is on the scene, but he's still got to deliver the kills in return. Dodging out behind the pillar, well handled onto one. Still puts this one up in the air though. 1v2 right now. A chance to make things work.
Oh,
Shifting in.
that's a
nice
problem.
pick up on the first and the op behind him, but Danis does not miss.
I think the gamble there could have been just to go straight into Temple, and he didn't realize that both of them were coming from the exact same spot. But Danis, look at that on the replay. An instant flick as soon as he sees a sliver of a pixel. A little bit of work still being outputted by Rush B though, and Sangal. You gotta remember that there's not a whole lot of work they've got to do. It is the CT side, in fact, so just building up a bit of a cushion before you are thrown into the better side is just fine and dandy. But Rush B so far have been largely successful. Executor already on 9 kills. Kiro following him as well with 7 of his own. A comfortable game so far for Rush B. And how long does this last? We were talking about how the rounds were going by swimmingly. Will that continue to be the case? Utility into connector, starting to take space. Off on the angle. That is so good.
He's not missing a beat. Incredibly precise right there. Just like it was in the round before, closing it out. Here another kill coming through from Danis. Flashes are well placed, but there's a lot of rifle presence behind it. And this defense looking absolutely perfect.
Gotta hold on for dear life. And yeah, Mary's gonna quickly put him down. Sangal is gonna start extending the scoreline they've started to build up. Also, I'm not sure if the audience could hear that, but you're gonna have to confirm based on whether or not you could hear it. But a couple of cats started fighting each other outside in the corridor outside my apartment, so I genuinely could not do anything about that mid-cast.
I did not hear him.
Okay.
We got the fight going on. The B side once again here, going back to their namesake, it seems. This time with some entry prowess to back it up, but B-Nox with a huge double.
What?
Oh my god, and transferring it for a third right there, straight through the smoke.
Oh, but this
Eventually gets tumbled over, but he's done so much.
Yeah, despite the 3K, this is still a very doable prospect. 3v2 with Mast on 36 points of health. So a couple of stray shots could suddenly make this endeavor a lot easier. Utility to go through. All three players coming in from the same angle, and one Molotov could rule them all. Executor needs to be tossing one now. If he wants to maximize his chances, he's going to hold on to it instead. Wants to try and get them off the bomb when it does eventually come to that. They have a smoke to try and defuse it as well, based on whether or not they want to use it there. Trying to make themselves scarce. The smoke already being used up. Oh, instant shot from Kiro, but the AWP still going to activate it. Executor is desperately trying to get them off of it. He gets both the kills, and I think he surprised himself with the fact that he got both the defender and the diffuser.
Took him a little bit to register right there, but job done. Round gonna be secured. Rush B fighting their way through, and as you mentioned, despite a heroic effort coming through from B-Nox, just perfect on this defense. As soon as he falls, that opens up the realm of possibility right there for the clutch. And the lineup right there from Executor to seal the deal. The ultimate punishment right there.
Oh, Rush B this time. Still accelerating their pace. Mast doing a bunch of the heavy lifting, and he's got Mary in the back pocket. Bomb donated.
That to the floor. Trying to fight for this from this point forward. Not gonna be easy. They got coverage on every base. Ops keep and contain. Knowing that Rush B has to make the next move here. Start to speed it up a little bit. As you can see on the floor, the beeping. See what Mask can do to keep them at bay. Swing coming through. Jiggles. Trying to bait the op shots out. Peak misses actually on the connection. MP9 though crunching in on their location. And Bullet's able to keep control, but a little bit dicey towards the tail end.
Yeah, as soon as they did the 180, I really thought he was about to be the recipient of a shiny new bullet through his skull. But they're able to keep it under lock and key. And you know, this isn't exactly a lead or anything just yet from Rush B, so... Or at least not one that'll put them ahead at the halfway mark. It's 5 rounds to their name. They want to at least bolster that scoreline a little bit more with a 7 or 8 half finish. So Sangal, they are on the right track. Potentially winning Anubis if they can keep this up. But hang on. Zinni puts down Mask. That is the first crack in their defenses.
Crack in the armor here, and another one could be showing up here with Mary falling. That's exactly the case. Oh, tap through the smoke right there. Op gets a shot rattled off, but looking to recover that bomb on top of the cake. There you go. Good grab right there. Pretty open plant. And already saved formation here from the defenders. Sangal with a lot to hang on to. That's what they're looking to do.
with the advantage that they had they won this round, that would suddenly put them so far ahead, just in terms of money, just being able to stifle the economy of Rush B a little bit more. But these are weapons being donated, bit of a mountain that they're gonna have to climb now. I want to try and see what their scoreline was when they played their previous game. Okay. Okay, so last time they played up against each other, I believe Rush B were able to get 8 rounds on the T side. Want to see if they can match that this time.
Could look to match it. Could look to one up it here potentially at this rate. So I like to keep carrying things forward. Timeout called from Sangal. So they watch this mid control get taken a little too easy for their liking. Want to slow things down, slow the rate of play that Rush B are getting away with right now.
Hopefully they won't continue to have a slowdown in performance. Sangal, if they can pull themselves up by their boots now, then this is still a very recoverable game. But as soon as you allow Rush B to get a little bit too comfortable on that turret side, that makes things a whole lot harder. Ooh, Danis. Love that he goes exploring a little bit, knows that just allowing them to come to the extremities does mean that they'll feel a little bit boxed in, because generally Rush B have been coming out on top of those interactions.
Would open things up effectively. Danis been a huge piece of the puzzle of these early successes on the defense. There's a smoke. Tossed in right there. Mentioned towards the heaven side. Mass forced to smoke himself off with an MP9, but Bested eventually can't lose control of A main, and with that MP9 kill they don't. Keeping this one in safe hands. Smoke blooms in the face of A main, and they just shift their focus elsewhere.
Yeah, that's...
But the one thing Rush B knows is that they have to take a fight.
Yeah, that's the only option they have, right? And Beanox could not have been allowed to take that duel if they wanted a fighting chance. There's so many things that just fell apart, right? Not being able to fight the A main player, and not being able to pursue any of the kills after they get control of the bomb site. Obviously, it all started off with Danis getting a brilliant kill, but there was pretty much no pressure being applied. There was maybe a moment in time if the A main lurk is able to find the MP9 player, then perhaps they could pummel down on the AWP from 2 angles, but it didn't work out that way. Beautiful work from Danis, though. Generally been keeping up a really good performance for his team, and even though he's been taken out of a few duels, which you can tell by his low number of deaths, he still has been putting up pretty decent numbers. I think soon Rush B are going to start to realize that this has been a largely solo endeavor to hold the A bomb site from whoever's playing main, and they want to try and take early control. Problem is, Sangal have been intermittently changing up their pace just to keep them guessing. Uh-oh. Larry's got to watch out. The pop runs right into the molly, and that's not a good idea. Danis is going to be pressured as well, fires in between 2 targets, and there's a bit of funny business in between teammates, but it's okay. It's still a 4v3. Mast getting ready to dip his toes into the bomb site.
make happen. There's pressuring the heaven side. Executor gets caught a little bit overwhelmed and understaffed, but the op bails out his teammate close by. And now the move through the smoke here has to be saving them. Blitz does slide on in. A chance at the retake here, especially with that molly flushing him out of position. Heaven player falls quickly, but Blitz able to continue to fight forward here. Baits out the op shot, has to get on the bomb, but it can't track it. Playing within the confines of that smoke right there, gets caught on the edge. And it's going to be Rush B looking to run back the same scoreline here once again.
You're right. Not too far away from the coveted 8th. Heard a bunch of ticks in the chat, but no timeouts. I'm guessing they're just having a bit of banter. Oh, never mind. There's a timeout from Sangal.
There's been a whole lot of rounds towards the A side again. That just kind of remains a theme here for this Rush B camp. We've had a couple towards the tail end of this half, towards the B side of things, but it just consistently comes through with multiple ways to win in this round here through the A side and middle in particular, and without them having much of a grasp on this, it's going to be very difficult to stabilize, plant their feet.
We're seeing a scenic view of the spawn as the world collapses around Sangal. Oh, there we go. We're back in action.
Wow.
And by the time we get the drone footage away from the spawn, it's already a Rush B victory. So, same teams, twice a day, same veto, and same scoreline.
Hey, so many teams are on the search for consistency.
I don't
This
think
looks
Sangal
pretty
won.
consistent from both teams.
Definitely a little bit more fun for Rush B than it is for Sangal. But 2 losses in a row would be pretty damn devastating. And you also got to remember that this map is what Sangal have been picking into.
Not the way that you want to let this thing slip. We'll see if they can recover on their T side. Oh my god, a collateral headshot right there, but only a single kill off the back of it as the trade is swift. Mid control captured here. Mass finds another one here. On notice on this A side, only a couple of kills there despite the heavy presence. It's going to be a quick recovery attempt there coming through from Sydney, but shut down eventually. Closed out by the side of Sangal, who needed that pistol to get back on track.
There's definitely a world where this is a different outcome, because being able to win the pistol round after the end of the half on your T side is just definitely a big advantage on a map like Anubis.
Bring to the table here. Great utility right there to enter into the A main side of things. Quick opening duels. More utility perfectly placed right now from Mast, who is starting off this T side on a rampage, it feels like. Blowing past the defense. Now an extra push to get them across the line in this round. Flashes and smokes that they wait for. Shouldn't have any trouble sealing this one up.
Yeah, so suddenly back into contesting for the driver's seat are Sangal. And they won't even have to face much resistance in the next round because there isn't going to be any money available for Rush B. So a 7th can be pretty much guaranteed for Sangal as long as they can play their cards right. And you know how Danis was running around with his AWP being incredibly relevant on the server on the CT side? You're going to have to see that same type of performance coming out from Rush B. Some of the individuals definitely need to step up. Although we've already seen Kiro do that to some extent.
You definitely have that availability. It just gets a lot trickier on the CT side to lock down rounds on the defense, as we know so well. So definitely with you. The job not going to be finished, and Mass making things tricky with how effective the util has been on some of his entry pathing, how diligent this team is right now. Showing some promise, some fight. Not ready to give up on their momentum here. Shouldn't start in this round here with just deagles and no armor invested either.
Yeah, I mean, they've already had their fun with armor, right? In the previous round, they did have as much of a buy as possible, so yeah, a 7th pretty much a guarantee, as I mentioned before. Sangal, want to see what they've got their eyes on. Mast has the bomb and does seem to be moving towards the A site. Enoch's about to become a meal for these players rushing his way, but he's actually going to hold on to his horses. Pulls out the Glock and cleans house, making sure that they'll be kept honest. What a storyline it would be for their little rivalry that they've got going on if Sangal were to now 2-0 Rush B. Within the same day, the same maps.
I think they'd have to run a best of 3 of the best of 3. We just have to run it back one more time today. At that point.
And then all 3 best of 3s count as one series. So we have to do a couple more potentially. We're just playing CS in blocks like test cricket.
Never enough series here. That's what Rush B are saying right now. You know, the possibility of them playing 9 maps of officials today. But they've made it quick so far. Only played 4 out of 6. Been able to sweep both their series so far. One of which versus a Sangal team. They're eager to keep that track record. But not so easy right now up against Sangal in the second swing. At the moment, this Rush B squad also no map control, no map pressure here. I noticed that was a bit of a problem for the side of Sangal. Well, now they take some fights towards middle, but a good reaction to speed it up towards this A side, and it's vulnerable. They're going to be on the outside looking in, met by Mollies. I mean, they've got an 8-7 scoreline. How much of a effort do you want to make on this retake? You're going to get sidelined towards middle. I think it's a save call that needs to be put through.
As soon as they lose their mid-prong, that was their only real lifeline. You get that first kill, and then maybe you can start to talk, but they're actually a little too far committed. They want to still stick around and find out, and maybe that wish is going to be granted. They're close enough that they're still trying to go for fights. That's 2 kills. This could still be possible. They're wary of BO3 being in the back lines, but they don't have much time, so they need to be playing it to perfection. Kiro gets decimated, apparently. as he's trying to back off. I really don't like that from Rush B at all.
Yeah, I'm just very surprised that losing out that player in towards middle could have had 3 rifles to hold on to. Maybe if you had a kit, that could actually make a case for that, but didn't have a kit even to try and get that defuse off, so I don't even know if it was ever in the really point of conversation, even despite it looking a little bit scary with a couple of kills. Not gonna happen. All tied up at 8, and it just looked very comfortable in this clawback effort. And, well, as soon as you say things are comfortable here, things could get shifty. A little bit shaken up as that D-goal leaves Sangal rattled at the opening phase.
Opening kill found for Sangal. B side can be accessed now, but smoke's going to quickly be popped over. Try and give the advantage to the pistols if they do want to play up close and personal. And I really appreciate that Sangal are being quite meticulous with everything, quite diligent. Don't want to run into a stack or anything. You know what happened in the last game we just commentated on.
Absolutely want to avoid that as much as possible. There's 15 seconds left. 15 seconds, they're walking right into the stack. There's just such a challenge here getting past this quad setup. And it is getting knocked down piece by piece. I don't even know if there was enough time to try and get a bomb plant right there, let alone the availability walking into that stack. But the ultimate trap set up by Rush B, and what a way for them to introduce themselves into the second half. It takes them a little while, but in that fashion there, you will certainly welcome it.
Unfortunately for Sangal, this means that Rush B are right back on track to potentially win the game. Not how they want this one to go. And for a moment, it really did feel like they had a lid on things. They were starting to get some control. They were just against a shoddy buy. A slightly faster execution could have completely changed everything. But it's not over just yet. Within arm's reach are both teams. And the CT side will always have the clutches of the Grim Reaper around it. But more importantly than that, the tax collector is going to squeeze them dry for every penny. This duel could be everything. That's big. They're quickly going to try and accelerate. They're pacing into the site, and Kiro isn't going to want to show himself. He's giving them the impression that Heaven's largely clear, and they're not going to expect it as he sprays down 2 and gets additional damage on the 3rd. Now, this round could be ripe for Zinni. One of the players quite low. So this is doable, Exner.
See who gets the speed on right now. Good position from Blitz, though. Covering up towards Beach. Sideline Zenny denies the clutch potential. Not going to let things slip. Safe pair of hands. And despite the massive multi-kill going out, going to be kept contained right there pretty comfortably. With the eco victory that they got, they are still able to afford not only a purchase, but a double op setup on this CT side, which is pretty impressive. So they still have a lot of tools at their disposal. I think most importantly, they got to trigger some sort of map aggression here, or at least try and delay long enough like they have in the last round that they won. With that utility being dispensed late into the round, putting the fear into the hearts of Sangal. That's been tough to do in the second half.
Messi in A main, Mary and Dana's both down. Kiro finding his counterpart. As Sangal's late aggressions are going to be punished. They eventually do get a chance to at least commit to the bomb, but actually holding on to the site does seem a little bit impossible. Look at Mass though, that's a double! But Blitz is still alone on the bomb site, and they need to do something about it. Brilliant kill from Blitz, but instant connection as well from a teammate. Mast trying to keep them off the bomb. He does have an AWP to try and still fight back, but he's shown his hand, and they know exactly what he's trying to cook up. Misses a very important shot. They're going to start taking the defuse, and he knows that he doesn't have a chance.
Wow.
So he might as well get the consolation. Cool little shot at the end. But it really doesn't matter for the outcome of the round. Rush B get away with their 10th.
My gosh, straight through the wall right there. Impressive stuff. Makes it a little bit pricey towards the tail end. Not a bad way to lose a round right there, but considering the start, if you're Rush B, you're kind of scratching your head as to how that one got so far out of control. Some fantastic positioning from Mass to put that one into the realms of possibility. The only thing that's sad about it is that it's not planted for him, so he can't actually win the round. He can't put himself into a winning clutch. So a little bit frustrating there for him, despite the nice shots connected. It's still going to be double digits here and lead maintained by Rush B.
Sangal.
This is incredibly quick.
Yeah, this is a completely different pace than what we're used to. A very slow team that has now transitioned into trying to just barrel it down. Executor, though, he's ready on the A-bomb site. They've already had a casualty as they permeate through the smokes of middle. And once again, we see a position where it's 3 players alive by the time they start punching those numbers in. Rush B. Bit of a conga line as they get ready for the retake. Only one secondary prong that's going to come in through from middle. Danis needs to play this to perfection. 1-for-1 trades. There's a Tech 9 on the final member. It's going to have to be Mary, who wants to hold the line. Gets the first that shot, and can he still do it? No, he cannot, as Kiro has his number and dials it. Rush B are still on track. Sangal, their money broken.
Shattered at just the right time because the pressure was unbelievable right there. In the clutch situation, having to close out in a difficult fashion. A real scare offered up by Sangal in the 3v5. But able to keep that one contained. Will hold on to their position of strength. And could even lock themselves in a chance at map point.
Now, the obvious comparison that I have to draw here, Exner, is the map they've just played, right? Last time, Sangal got 10. Now they're hovering around 9, and based on the ratio of rounds we've been seeing in the second half, I wouldn't be too surprised if it still goes down that same route. Uh-oh. Hang on, Kinky. Maybe you don't want to empty your mag when there's pistols right around the corner, and they'll time it perfectly. Blitz now has access to the A site, and the world is their oyster as they bring it pouring through the mid. Oof. Nearly choked on my words there as I saw that.
Understandably so. Things starting to go horribly wrong here for the side of Rush B. The moment where you had them right where you wanted them. Right on the brink. And now everyone falling here. Everyone does fall. Not a single survivor left.
This was
disaster
a
here.
guaranteed 12th. And that's why it's just such a big risk to be taking pot shots with the A1S. Especially on a place like middle. In the narrow holes that Anubis provides.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one to recover from. You can see that while it was a, like you said, a guaranteed 12th, or at least what felt like one, now it's a guaranteed 11th here. I mean, the only USPs and a Deagle upgraded. To be fair, they've been able to make buys in similar fashion of this work. In the past, it's all brought to you from the Deagle impact that's come through in the past. But this time the USP is getting shut down by Blitz, and I think they've learned their lesson about avoiding walking into the stack. Gonna hold on to a single AK. That's gonna be quite nice to keep on to, but other than that, you gotta make good on that past mistake. Letting the round slip through your hands there. When it comes to playing up against the eco, you want to make sure that you don't get punished in the ultimate fashion here. See what they can bring to the table here. Already an opening pick right now. Like to follow that up on the CT side with a little bit more space. Kiro looking good with the op to open. Oh, timing is miserable. About as worse as it can get right now. Reposition could be a nightmare. Caught in transition, certainly the case. Doesn't get much more frustrating than that. Almost seals in a perfect spot to deal with the contact play, but instead gets leveled out. Fortunately, he's got teammates that can back him up. And in doing so, they fight their way through so much adversity. Into the bomb site they go. Retake in order. Mask has no say in this one. And 12 at least locked in here. Fantastic shot from here, but when he gets caught, a little bit surprised. Looked like it could have been worst case scenario. Good motion from his teammates to not allow for them to plant their feet. And that'll save them the concern. So, alright, we got 12. We get that 13th here. Does it take overtime here between these two teams in their second go-around of the day? Let's find out. Round number 24 is in store here. Seems like a little bit of a gap in that T-side smoke for them to work off of. Oh, yep, and there you go. Nicely done. Top of that, Danist with another one. 5v3. OT seeming a little more likely now. Putting the pressure on himself, Kiro. I love the move from him with these... knows that the weight is on his shoulders here to try and answer the call. No information spotted right now throughout the map here for this T side anywhere else. No motion from Rush B. Not just yet, at least. Missed op shot from Danis. A rare miss. This guy's been consistent. Gives him an avenue back here, but again, it's a bit of a gambly setup. Rush B stacking over into that B bomb site right now. But that's not going to be the case here. It's another contact move into a very open A site. And Rush B going to have to retake A if they want to close out this round.
Sorry for the little interruption on my end. Should be all sorted now, but of course, being the last round, this has to be the retake attempt from Rush B. But the problem is they need to be perfect about it. They have no real leverage. They don't have a flank or anything. They're just going to be sending it full. Sangal, this time around, they might be able to change their fate. They can take it all the way to overtime. Mary firing off the first flare that signals the end of times, but Executor still wants something to do about it. Missed shot from Kiro. We haven't been seeing too many of them, and that is Sangal in the rematch, taking us all the way to overtime.
Stay afloat right there. You look at the way that this half shapes up, and you got to take into consideration that eco, that they lose a huge detail of this clawback effort from Sangal. Could have been gone with the wind if it wasn't for that eco miss. It could have been the same old result. Frustrating miss out leads to a great opportunity for Sangal to try and get their revenge. Now we'll take it into OT. We'll see if that's a relief for Rush B, though. With at least the worries of economy getting a little bit out of control. Not going to be the case. One fights forward, one falls back. A bit of discombobulation in the attack.
Yeah, some kind
Brought
of
to you by the Molly.
Ooh, Zinni's not going to expect it, and Kinky still wants to have a finger
wow.
on the pulse, but
Okay.
it's all kills coming out from Sangal after what seemed like it was the advantage for Rush B. Kiro and Executor with everything to do. Beanox and Danis as low as they are, and the fact that there's plenty of money in the tank means that Rush B, they're going to try and go for it. Big kill from Beanox. Shuts down any prospects of going for a retake. And Sangal might actually be coming out on top in their own map pick, Exner. Don't want a repeat of what they did before. And what seemed like the smiles and excitement on Rush B's faces before has started to wear off a little bit. Don't blame them. Just an observation.
Understandably so. Game has quickly turned a little bit sour. And now a lead taken by Sangal as well. I mean, crucial crossroads in this matchup, and it's had to fight through some adversity, claims a lead. And they're build back into this match. Timeouts being chugged along here for this Rush B side to figure out a way to stabilize their defense and to start it off. It comes through with a big opening pick. I love the way that Molly disrupts the attack, but what they can't do is try and follow it up with further success. From the B main side of things, they just take control.
Sangal, the accelerated pace we've now grown accustomed to is still being put up on a show. Maybe we'll fade the smoke and look at how Sangal are still wanting to pressure a little bit.
There's another one for Beanox, though. So good at punishing the aggression so far in this half. That's what Anubis can feel like it's all about, though. Waiting for your CT side to feel a little jumpy, trying to get in your face, and then that's where you have to spring into action. And that's been a winning formula here for Sangal when the pace slows down. Good timing on the mid aggression. Couldn't ask for a better thread of the needle right there from Zinni. Caught with utility out, but Mary so quick on the draw.
Yeah, Mary's figured out his own solution to this round as well, right? Does manage to gain access to B. And it seems to be a consistent sort of theme where Rush B are going to be able to get some kind of initial advantage. They are pressuring them in the early round, but then suddenly you'll see the kill feed and everything starts to populate in the favor of Sangal. Not this time, though. Weapons exchange hands to accommodate the lack of HP on Zinni. And the dedicated opera now tasked to do something cool with the rifle. There's an AWP shot. Zinni already getting some work done. And Danis, now that his position is known, he can be focused upon. Problem is, Molotov is perfectly timed. The Danis, as long as he wastes the time, it will be good enough, but he gets the kill anyway. 14-12, and Sangal are within punching distance of taking us to map 2 with their chests puffed out.
Yeah, I mean, what you identified as well in that last round is just a super effective T side here. It's very reactive from Sangal. Like you said, it comes down to, okay, we're losing a little bit on one side of the map. They're so effective at calling the pace change, the speed up on other parts. And they have the players right now that are being able to, on the extremity, find the success and the kills and the entrance. So, really good move there coming through from the side of Sangal, and it definitely correctly spotted out right there. It's really good to find different ways to win on this T side, and that's what they've been able to do on Anubis here.
Oh, Mass. It's a really messy affair as CTs end up cannibalizing each other. Kara's still on the angle, though. He's going to find Mast. Well, the time it takes to cock the bolt back means that they can start entering the bomb site. Zinni up close still. Not sure if he's going to be expected. Kira's going to try and draw some attention away by chucking out a smoke. Zinni takes his sweet time, locks his crosshairs on, but Blitz now in the back lines will quickly take care of Zinni as well. And once again, the same narrative. It kind of just feels like they've run out of steam now.
Yeah, and while it feels like the smallest of silver linings, at least you get to hop back into your T side. I think you get to do that without the wind in your sails like it was heading into the second half, and that to me is a big difference maker here. It's going to be really hard to get your head back into the game at this point. Not impossible, but not an easy task by any means. We'll see if they can plant their flag here on their T side. They'll need 3 in a row, otherwise in the run back, Sangal, with a little bit more time than Rush B, will have a chance to adapt and adjust.
It needs to be a perfect T side. We do know that they were a lot more potent on the offense than they were on the defense, but I'm not sure if a flawless run is in the cards right now. Here it comes. Into the B site we go. Blitz down. And B-Nox is still staying close by. He's got his crosshair lined up, but he takes a little too long to actually pull the trigger, and Zinni is able to fight back. Sangal aren't going to be able to get this game done and dusted just yet. They'll have to tuck their tails and scurry off for a little while and try again, because Rush B are still here to play.
Yeah, fortunately put in the position of luxury to make that decision with a little bit of extra breathing room, but exactly right. Have to call this one a save. Hanging in there, effective so far. They can continue this effort. They need more in a row. Dan is not interested in taking that fight. Nothing really to gain. Holding onto that op way more valuable. That's what he will do. Timeout called from Sangal. I like the decision here for the timeout. It's not panic stations just yet, but you know, all we need is one to pull this one across the line. You take this into another overtime, you give Rush B any rope back into this one, any slack. You know, this is a team that can take full advantage of that.
I honestly don't put it past Rush B to be able to secure the remaining 2 rounds now. Remember that Sangal, the fact that they were able to get even 4 rounds on the CT side was hinging on the fact that Danis was doing a really good job with the AWP. He was actually going out and exploring, trying to hunt for individual kills, but he slowed down since then. Not sure if he's going to revive now that he's on the CT side again, but he got 8 to 9 kills on the first half of the CT side, and then he's just been quiet ever since.
Letting the play come to him could be big. Mass, how does he thread 2 kills in? They move past him. A teammate, Danis, takes him down, but at least he redeems it with a shot back in return. And finding a couple of kills now here. Looking to put a closing statement on this one.
Pretty much an impossibility here.
Just Kira.
Very strange encounter in middle that allowed it. They just go past a player, and then there's a weird team kill in there somewhere. I think that was from the CTs actually, but regardless, the only kill so far from the Ts before this was a team kill. A 1v3, kind of doable, but we'll see whether or not Kiro can thread the needle.
And so with the bomb plant, 1v3 now to back it up, to keep your team alive. Can you really make it happen? Smoke, utility down. Still a smoke for the bomb that they need to toss in range. Perfect flashbang here. You're going to make his life a living hell. There's another one tossed on out there. Looking to isolate these duels. He's got to get on the diffuser though, and enough time being bought right there. He can't quite chase down the finishing blow. It's going to be a victory for Sangal. A hard-fought effort in the second half. Pulled through into OT, and they will complete the mission here.
Really didn't feel like they would get it done, but then a late regulation resurgence from Sangal. A botched anti-eco from Rush B. is what allows Sangal to now set a different mood for the second best of 3 that they're playing today. And I'd like to remind the viewers, the narrative has been that they've already butted heads in the morning. This is the 3rd best of 3 that Rush B are playing today. And for Sangal, it is a revenge match on the same veto against the same opponent. And they've already climbed the first step of the staircase. They've taken the first step, but the hard part still remains. They still have to get it done on Nuke, so that is something that you're going to have to watch out for. We'll be right back after a short break to see how that goes.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everybody. We've finally seen Sangal top the demons that have been plaguing them since this morning. So that was kind of quick.
That's a quick turnaround there. Way to go. Shout out to conquering your demons in just a couple hours. That's always a huge asset. But I think the demons are going to get a little bit more explosive here when it comes to the map of Nuke. This is going to be a whole new challenge for this squad. Going to require some big efforts, not only from a couple of the key individuals that we've seen from Beanox and Blitz, but also you're going to need to see the full team effort show up here for map number 2, because it is a challenge beating this Rush B team on Nuke, as many rosters have faced up against. And as they've faced up against this morning, they're looking for their first win to try and complete the sweep on Nuke in the last 3 months. And while it is possible, it's going to be tricky. The one thing I think they have to lean on here is it could be a little bit of a tired Rush B roster, as they've been looking to play their 6th map in a row.
Yeah, that's probably one of the biggest reasons why they crumbled on Anubis as well, because at some point you could tell that they were a little slow to everything. And I do feel like some of their performers were just completely checked out. Towards the start of the game, you could see Genki kind of playing a little bit better, but then it got really, really bad at some point. And not being able to break double digits when there's more of the game to be played in overtime is tragic.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a tough performance from him. From an individual front, I also feel like you're looking at some small breakdowns. I think a very frustrating eco. As you kind of are playing a bit of a long day of Counter-Strike, those rounds just kind of feel all the more. And now the job gets that much more difficult here. While you are hopping onto Nuke, you got to try and finish this series off in 3 maps instead of just the 2 like you have been doing. Your first loss of the day out of the 4-0 start that they kicked things off. Running it back on Anubis versus this Sangal roster, it's still incredibly close. They still hang in there and put up a good fight, but you just keep thinking back to that eco round, and that one they know is going to haunt them in this series if they can't get it back on Nuke.
Yeah, at some point you just start to run out of pure stamina rather than skill within the game. And that's generally not a conversation you have for pro matches, because at worst you might be playing, 2 best-of-3s a day, and I feel like practice schedules and DM and individual practice, stuff like that, generally extends beyond that point. But when you include the individual practice of the day, just warming up and stuff like that, and then throw 3 whole best-of-3s into the mix, and some of them even going the distance, like we just saw an overtime affair, I do feel like some fatigue could be involved. Now, thankfully for Rush B, one of the games that they played against Delta was quite an easy affair. I don't think Delta got more than a few rounds. So in that sense, I guess they had a bit of breathing room where they didn't really have to use their brains too much. But Sangal isn't that easy of an opponent. They've just been toppled once, and I wouldn't be too surprised that with how fresh Sangal are looking right now, with the fact that Danis can be pulling up big numbers, if that translates onto Nuke, we could actually see the win.
Yeah, I think that's going to be my big player to look out for here. Danis was connecting some really, promising shots in that first half. Didn't lead to a lot of round wins, but the way that he was moving with his op made me think, okay, positionally, this guy can, put himself in a spot to succeed with this AWP. Had a lot of high impact moments there on that defense to give them the groundwork into that second half as well. So, Gonna hope to lean on that a little bit more here on Nuke, a lot more, to be honest with you, on the CT side of Nuke as well. So if Dennis can be a big difference maker, that can elevate the Sangal roster. I just think without a prime opportunity here for this team to really strike, when given the fact that they do have to fight up against a very cohesive team here in Rush B, you got to play to your strength here, and I don't know if necessarily they've had time to gel on this map.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem that likely, does it? Sangal, though, on the terrorist side as we kick things off, and Rush B will be in the defense. Much faster playstyle. Feel like they're taking some of that inspiration from map number 1 into the second. B-Nox already very deep in towards ramp. They're going to be waiting for him, though. Executor will be staying true to his namesake and does manage to find a double. But in the meantime, Mary's already snuck into the bottom bomb site. So a good start from Rush B, but the job is not done yet. Oh.
Already planting their feet on this defense right now. Shutting down the fast play. Not getting caught off guard by that whatsoever. And a quick put down of the opening phase here. Will lock themselves in a round on the board early for Rush B. Nice pistol success. Some beautiful headshots there from Executioner. And then the lobby re-aggression. It just feels like everything worked in that round there for the defensive side. And now a force buy. Without a bomb plant here, so a lot of Tech 9s and Mac 10s in the mix.
Executor was really good in this position in the previous round, and this time he's only going to be able to hold on for 1 kill. Labored spray doesn't yield too much damage. And Sangal kind of still have a dog in this. I know they collectively have 28 points of health to their name, so that's not doing them any favors, but maybe if they can grift a kill away, perhaps. Kinky's shaking in his boots, knowing that they could pounce on him at any moment. But Mass is taking his sweet time. Dennis certainly needs to serve a bit of a distraction for Mass to be able to activate, but they're certainly picking difficult duels based on the amount of health that they have. So a good start for Rush B on the map that they are supposed to be comfortable with, but I think already Sangal are showing signs of potentially making them sweat a little bit. Just with the amount of space Dennis was able to get in the previous one. But there will be some breathing room afforded as Sangal don't have money in this one. Just a matter of waiting it out. Still do have to watch out for the Deagles. They can nick you.
Yes. We are, apologies there. We see Rush B handle business with a little bit of the lesser firepower. that they're playing up against. No problems getting past that one. Making it look fairly easy for themselves. Getting to move on up to a nice 3-0. All according to plan so far. See if they can keep this up on the T side, if they can continue to make things work here. So far, not a lot of control really granted over to this team. They've been having to work hard for every last inch of this space. But this time, I mean, a slow scaling towards the secret side. Just what the doctor ordered. Take a quick shutdown on one of those lurking presences trying to slide by. Not going to be afforded that opportunity. Opening pick here, and the secret control is given over, but still some issues in trying to slide on in to the bomb sites. Rotation's looking very, very promising for the side of Rush B, and that's going to create some further rifts in this attack.
Zinni, surprisingly enough, Anubis tries to stick it, and well, at that point I get it, like you don't really have much time left, but it did feel like a failed endeavor. I really thought that they would instead just try and stick it out and fight for the long haul. I didn't realize that Dennis died after time. I thought he died just before the time expired. This makes things real awkward, and I wouldn't be too surprised if Rush B now start to take a little bit too much control of the game.
Yeah, that's pretty devastating. You also look at the decision here from Sangal. They had side selection on this map and choosing to pick into that T side. I mean, not like the worst decision in the world. We know that this map can lend itself to the T side occasionally. But right now, with a devastating start, that decision could be coming back to haunt them.
Molly's going to be slowing Sangal down for a little bit. They're still not willing to cross, so the smoke's not going to do Giro any favors, and this is where they might now start to press forward a bit. They've got their eyes on Secret. One of them a little too late. Quickly tuck him in before he gets caught. And this is an aptly deployed smoke by Texi, because he times it really well to accommodate for the lack of information that they're going to have. Does he catch them, though? One kill. That's... Oh! He accidentally double-tapped E and closed the door at his own face, which means Sangal suddenly have free reign on the B-bomb site. Zinni, though, he's making himself activate. Everything starts to fall apart for Rush B, and suddenly Sangal contesting in a round where I started to count them out completely.
I was right there with you, looking at the way that things were shaping up. It looked like Rush B were just going to go with business as usual with the good rotations rolling out there, but a bit of a miscue with that door and sequence right there. That opens up the door, and they just slam it in the face of Rush B. That was a much needed round. lifting off on this T side here. Again, they chose it in for a reason. Now they got to deal with a lobby crunch. So far, so good. Being able to lock in a lot of kills there. And Kiro almost disrupts it enough. Makes some magic happen.
Still doable. He's got a Famas. Look at this. Taxi, though, gives up his position, which means that now he has to go the long way around. Instead, has to drop down into the A side, go through the vents. And now Sangal are starting to build something up. Now, you've got to bear in mind that if Sangal picked into the terrorist side, then they're definitely relying on doing a little bit more than what they're doing so far. So this matters a lot to them. It's not just a matter of being able to build yourself enough of a cushion before you head on over to the second side. It's more about getting that advantage first. This is where they think they have the advantage. But Rush B, they've been generally good with their finances, enough that they can still keep buying up, so not a problem just yet.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, good decision there for... with a little bit of discipline in the purchase, gives them more chances to quickly get back into the swing of things with the gun rounds. And that's what you're hoping for. If you're on the side of Rush B, timeout called as they know the pressure kind of put on them to keep up this pace. I want to get back into the swing of things here as soon as possible. And then we'll have that luxury of another purchase with pretty much everything in store, including an op in the hands of Kiro, who has been very consistently good with this weapon. Been able to do it on both halves there in the last map. But able to do it in the both halves of that last map, and they're looking to carry it forward into this one as well. But, oh, big pace change right now. Open A bomb site. No resistance here. The only player is MP9 in heaven, but they still find the opening duel.
Yeah, this is a lot of work to be getting done with no fights being taken. It's just Blitz that falls apart, and that's elsewhere on the map. Not having gotten the bomb down just yet, they've entirely feigned presence on A. This is already a retake that is brewing up for A, while Mary starts to get the bomb down on B. Now they're going to realize this. They know they don't hear the bomb. So an extra 10 seconds has to be spent just trying to establish better positions, and then even then they might just be throwing themselves at certain death. There's a Molotov available that Mast needs to deploy soon. It'll be kind of hard to get back into the swing of things. Mast, you know he's holding on to that one for dear life. Yanis, his position could be crucial. He can turn up behind them off of the wall. Mary still doing damage. Kiro trying to make that AWP work in all the madness, but you can tell that Rush B have crumbled. There's no way they get on the bomb in time, and Sangal get the third off of a really good rotation.
A snappy decision making there. And even if you're a man down, I feel like you can really plant your feet in the B side. Those B side post plants are pretty hard to uproot. And no chance for a retake right there. Instead, more victory for Sangal, and this T side starting to work their way around, reading into the reactions. And, well, trying to run it back with another play towards that A side. Zinni holds the line effectively, but trades eventually fly through from Blitz. Big time double entry onto this A side, equaling the numbers. At least early on in this round, putting it into a 3v3. With so much time left on the clock, you have to imagine T-side's going to feel pretty favored in trying to find a gap. But that is not in the ramp room whatsoever. It's a stack instead.
Kiro wanting to go exploring. All three players from either side fully committed to one position, which means that A will be completely empty. But this could be a potential freebie here for the CT side because there's no way that Sangal expect the full flank to be brewing already. Now they've got to start to watch out. Executor, you can pick up an AK-47, but he prioritizes getting them off the bomb instead. But there's plenty of time so they can still be a nuisance. Danis, the full swing, caught by the op, and that is beautiful work by Rush B. Sangal, definitely going to be kicking themselves a little bit for that one.
Yeah, I mean, from both sides right there. I love the decision from Rush B in the 3v3 to just join up as a team. That gives them the chance to move on up. Back into favorable standing here. They handled the quick explosive play on the A side in a couple of rounds in a row. Now the decision here is to slow it down. Sangal looking for the pace change.
Taxi going exploring. Ooh. Getting some individual work done. Solo endeavors paying off.
Recover from this point doesn't look likely.
Yeah, he's pretty much... Dexy's just doing everything on outside, right? Gets a double, waits a little while, the triple as well. This is a really good showing from Rush B on the CT side, and you can definitely respect that. Going to be a little while before they can build up the type of money that you can rely on, but doesn't seem like they're going to have to worry about their finances too much. As Sangal, they're the ones that are starting to crumble.
They're looking like they can make a statement in this half here. Doing a good job of that already. 6 rounds on the board and kind of a shattering of, not necessarily fully of the economy just yet, but getting close to that mark. Now it's going to be a chance for Bliss to try and take the reins on this round. Fight for this outer yard spacing. There's 3 kills sequenced in from Danis, Mary, and Mass, and an advantage taken as soon as the control is gained.
How does Sangal keep getting advantages when they have nothing to play with? There's a really good start from Rush B, and hang on, this advantage still might not be one that's already dunked. The weirdness of the smoke is making them difficult to go through, but it also allows them to safely navigate into the site. Executor up close. B-Nox will find both kills, and Sangal will continue to punish. I thought Rush B wouldn't have anything to worry about, but apparently we've got Sangal.
Yeah, they just managed to hang in there. Like you said, there was little to grasp onto right there, but enough access to take control of the server. And it's a little bit of call and response right now. With lesser weaponry, Sangal have been able to live in this half here pretty effectively. Don't have the best tools at their disposal often, but are able to put up a fight, it feels like, whenever called upon.
This is already a better showing than they had last time, though. They only had 3 rounds on the terrorist side, and that was the bane of their existence. The only reason they got stuck at only 8 rounds against the 13 of Rush B at the end of the game was because they didn't have Well, I mean, they had a decent CT side, right? Like, it was decent enough that they could do something. But their T side is the one that crumbled. So if they can take care of that issue now in the first half, then that's definitely a big advantage. You gotta remember, there's only one round that they need to get right now, because after that, the money falls apart for Rush Bait. And Beanox's position completely unprecedented. He's playing this quite well. Executor needs to be on point with that AWP, and Dennis won't be surprised at all. Makes a great adjustment. And Beanox, he's got just a chaser for that shot. Taxi down. A 5v3 as Sangal have plenty of space to move around. And you can see the reaction from Rush B. They want to pressure ramp now. Blitz sees the head on the fadeaway. Wants to take the solo duel, and he will be successful. Now, the remaining two CT side members wanting to turn up the heat from Secret, but their positions now known, and Sangal's responsibility is just to get the bomb down and defend. Beanox with extra points.
Handle business right there.
Scary.
Looked a little bit scary there, but find themselves all the way through that round. Cohesion coming through from this Sangal camp on the T side. A little bit of confidence to gain here from the side of Sangal as well. Makes me think, okay, all of a sudden they've got themselves a chance to gain some confidence in the tail end of this half and then transfer that over into the second, into the CT side hopping. Lobby control fully contained right now, but a great position. Elevated for Mary, keeping some coverage and understanding the vulnerability of this. Marriott, another one as well. We could be knotted up at the half here. Mass following it up. Just a dazed and confused executioner, or executor, who doesn't last too long in this one. And Sangal tied up 6 rounds on the board, all facilitated off of, for the most part, like a couple of very effective half buys. So they didn't have the best tools, but managed to make do.
For Sangal, this is twice the performance of their last endeavor against Rush B. And knowing that their CT side is a bit more serviceable, I feel that with the fatigue in mind for Rush B and the fact that Sangal are finally turning up the heat, the confidence for map number 1, we could actually see this be a Nuke victory. And bear in mind, in the past 3 months, or with this iteration of the lineup, this would be the first Nuke victory to ever grace Sangal. Before this, they've lost every single one of their scuffles.
This pistol going to be difficult though already. In a rush to try and rotate down, that's a big pickup from Mass. When needing to slow down the pace of play from Rush B. Connection like that could do just that. Everyone right now, except for Texi going for a fight, takes control of double doors. They're chasing these kills down. They know that they need to be in recovery mode. Smoke for the bomb. A kid as well for Dennis. He's going to stick it right now while everyone else plays protection. And they can't even open the door. It's slammed in their face right there. Can't even start the retake. When you can't get through the door, shut down. Sangal recover the pistol. got slow play down in towards the secret side. They've already made it past most of this defense set up. And this execution utility going to be really good. Double molly. Oh, but a great counter molly coming through. Then they got overwhelmed. Blitz can only come through from the double door. As both those mollies are down, some recovery being made. Danis looking to buy valuable time. Oh, but a good reposition right now coming through. Planting their feet in this post. Getting close up with the Tech 9 and personals. Any will fall. Texie looking to deny access right now. Kiro shutting down the play as well. Getting onto this bomb going to be a whole new task. No kits either for either one of these players. Shutting the door in their face. Now it's a returned favor coming through. Kiro gets jumped.
They need to get on it.
Sticking the defuse here. Has to trust in his teammate's protection. And it should be good. There was a kit recovered in some fashion there eventually. And rifles recovered. It's Sangal staying alive. More duels towards that outer yard as well. Beanox takes 2 for his troubles.
Yeah, that's really
at
good for
range.
Beanox. And he intercepts any potential pushes towards the B site before they can even materialize. That's 2 players down. Now they have absolutely no idea where they're going to go, so contingencies are going to have to be played upon. And look at how Rush B are playing this. They've feigned presence going all the way through towards Secret, but now they're bringing it all the way back. They're strength in numbers, and that is what they're wanting to capitalize on. Executor waiting to usher his teammates into the A side, but he'll have to put in a bit of elbow grease and hard work.
Still holding off in the back of the site here. It's been good at offering up this defense here on the anchoring. And they're trying to scale forward. The timing on these peaks, though, push and pull, too much distraction. And Mass does his job so well once again, buying enough time for his teammates to get involved. 9 rounds locked in now. And they show no signs of stopping. Rush here. A little bit of a last-ditch effort, but Blitz just keeps it contained.
Yeah,
well
it's
put
pretty
together.
crazy that Sangal aren't falling to the same issues that Rush B were. Just, you know, random anti-ecos, pistols coming to life. Sangal are being very careful about this, and this is a much better CT side than we probably anticipated, I guess, based on what we've seen before in today's matchup.
I'm playing could go a long way here, but that's a big if. Texty just going all in on it. Numbers punched in. Position still a little bit rocky. That HE chunks off a little bit more damage. Close range Tech 9 headshots could do a lot, but not coming through just yet. Might be worth it to run away with this A1S. At the very least, a little bit of extra economy rolling. Defuse gonna be stuck. 10 gonna be landed.
I can't help but feel like a lot of the efforts from Rush B now are a little bit limp-wristed compared to what we've grown accustomed to based on their previous game. They looked a little bit dominant, almost looked like they were going to clinch that first map as well, but look at this from Sangal, no breaks at all. Mass running in with the MP9 is going to slay them. Recovers the AK-47 as well. Texi catches a random dink. And as Mass tries to evade, he will be caught, and you really can't blame the man, right? He did all that he could.
A huge chase down effort right there. Wanted to throw the gut punch in here for this map. Finding out the hard way that the competition here on Rush B can throw some swings back in return. Very open plant into this site. Down for the lower side, and things do get a little bit dicey from this point. Danist not making a big effort to get down and towards the lower side. Has some tools to try and pull off a retake like this. As he hears the numbers punched in, see how much of an effort he makes in this round.
Dennis. It's an honest effort. Why does it feel like doors have been such a talking point in this game?
Yeah, they have played a pretty big factor here so far.
It feels so bad for Mask. He got everything done by himself, just pushing in. Had a little bit of support, sure, but 3 MP9 kills and then chasing after. Gotta cut him some slack for not having gobbled up the entire round all by himself. But it's only 3 rounds remaining in between Sangal and the finish line. If they can pull up their boots, there is a chance that they can get it done in 2 bites. But surely, Rush B, this is a distance event that they are happy to play. No! B-Nox, that's dirty!
What?
And they've got another one coming. There's a tripwire from Danist. Reposition on the angle, and Rush B have no say in this matter.
Oh, this is beautiful. Enox offering up the double. Is bested though. Zinni with the chase down and 2 kills back return. Job not finished just yet. Rush B have just opened up a new avenue. One towards heaven. Don't want to let this one get any more complicated than it already is. Mary keeping it contained. And this is a good position. We'll find the first, nearly the second as well to boot. So then you're going to reposition quickly. Northbound towards the heavens. Mass is on the scene. 15 seconds left. You have the clock as your advantage to play off of on the CT side. Eventually going to have to force a plant. It's a great molly.
It happens to the best of us.
Oh no.
That's the classic 7th best of 3 of the day. Sorry, it says 7th map of the day special.
Yeah, I guess all you can do at that point is laugh. Laugh it off. Best way possible. Bit of a frustrating end to a round attempt right there. glitch that was made possible in the 5v2 as well. Not going to be in this case. Have to fight back here. Extending this effort in the comeback effort. The op is in prime position right now. That ramp room attack comes through. Danis is on the scene. I talked about how important he could be in this second half when he gets the AWP out. There you have it. He's in position. Oh. That's some good info right there. Flashbang into some spam. Flash might have done enough to keep him at bay here. Massam, in the meantime, found a kill over towards that A side, and there's a jump peek. You really want to head into this op now. Trying to sell a fake like he does, but this is going to be a full A side play. Mask dives into the fight. Full head of steam. And the execution is met by quick rotations right now. Quick reactions from the defense. Op from Danis is already pressing forward. Mini smoke push coming through from B-Knock to the quick transfer onto a second. Executor with 25 on the clock could drop down, but that's not going to matter. Never gets a chance when Blitz is flanking him. And it's 12. 5 chances to try and close this thing out here and get their revenge, sweep the series, but most importantly, you know, pick up a map win here on Nuke for this team.
What a showing it has been so far. It's a complete revamp of what we saw from them on Nuke last time. And I do feel like, I don't know how long and hard the discussion can be about retooling stuff when there was only a few hours in between these two series, but this is different and this is new. This is nothing like we've ever seen from them before, because Nuke has always been a failure for this team. So for them to now be on the cusp of winning it is definitely new prospects. And Rush B are going to be a little bit surprised, certainly knowing that they've already beaten Sangal for the day. They were certainly thinking that they'd be heading on, waltzing on over to the 2-0 bracket with no issues in mind. But now Sangal, they've got Rush B at the edge of their barrel. And they're willing to squeeze the trigger in just a moment.
Just one more to close it out here. Danis looking to provide some coverage for his teammate alongside him. HE to blow open the smoke, and a Molly to follow it up. Beautifully placed. As you can see, that forces a little bit of acceleration from some of these players on the T side. Texi, though, has moved past the defender. Not for long. No, it's B-Nox that remains diligent. He heard those footsteps. He knows. And now he's just cleared out the entirety of the outer yard, saying there's nothing else out here. And that allows for the rest of the roster to stack up the resources.
You're right, because of this impressive amount of information that they've been able to get. Now, Sangal, they will fully be ready for whatever Rush B are about to throw at him. In fact, Danis will quickly try and get a move on and get an early advantage, but look at this. They've, late into this, they've rerouted their effort. Danis back on the case, Blitz in the corner, will not be expected, and Kinky and Kiro or in a 2v4, Mary already waiting to receive the red carpet tainted with their blood, and Kiro can't do anything about it. 13-7 as Sangal win the rematch for the day on the same veto in a much more decisive fashion. 2-0 to shut down Rush B.
Yeah, fantastic bounce back here from Sangal after their loss in these same two maps, being able to pull it back in return. Being able to pick up a victory here on Nuke, digging deep into their bag on Anubis as well, and pulling off a comeback effort there. What a incredible sequence coming through from the Sangal roster. And it just goes to show that this is a team that can rise quickly. They can join forces. They can start to get their grip on things when they have more time to gel here. And what really did feel like a full team effort when it comes to pulling this one back. So much impact out of every last one of these Sangal players. Even Mary having some moments in the sun. Mass with some phenomenal anchoring work being done. Danis on the scene, it feels like, so consistently. And Beanox, that out-of-yard player that we talked about in the last round, gathering information, securing so much with his positioning, and it just felt like Sangal had a good read on things after the loss.
Yeah, it did feel like Sangal have completely revamped since the morning now. I don't know, maybe they're just feeling a bit of morning sickness perhaps, or it's just that Rush B is fatigued by now, who knows, but it was definitely a really good game towards the end. And the one thing I really do want to put under the microscope, right, is the fact that we did see a lot of impact from the individuals. Every time it felt like this, it could fall apart, there was someone or someone out there who could pick up the slack. Mass didn't end with a whole lot of kills, right? Like, he did have 31 kills in the series towards the end, but the truth is, if you actually put him through the eye test, it's something I talked about at the pregame as well, that his rating doesn't really reflect what he's capable of doing. He was taking so many big advantages, and I think that is just really, really impressive. That being said, though, this does wrap up the game, and it does it quite nicely in a 2-0 fashion to facilitate the revenge match. That being said, there is still another game coming up. It's going to be Delta versus Ruby in about an hour's time, so stay tuned to watch Travis and Hayes cover that action.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
We're back. We're on this morning, and guess what? We're back. It's a bit of a gap until we're back on the broadcast, but we do have one more BO3 to bring you today for the YaLLa Compass Contenders closed qualifier. We've seen 3 2-0 so far today. I'm getting the impression we're going to have another 2-0 coming in here as well, Matt, because it's a team we know we've seen floating around this level for a very long time in Ruby with a lot of well-known players, and Delta, who are newly on the scene, on the block. As a Kazakh mix that have been doing some damage domestically, but internationally, a bit different.
I mean, I'm still slightly hesitant to just jump on the 2-0 bandwagon because, well, I guess it should be Ruby who get the job done, but I got to cast them yesterday against Saber, and they just completely disappeared in the second half of Dust 2, which was the decider. They were up 9-3, and they lost the map 13-9, and that was against relatively unknown players as well. So, I'm a bit more hesitant, Trav. I've been burnt recently, so I'm going to learn from that.
Fair enough. You learn as you go on, day by day. Live and learn, as they say. So first thing I want to point out is that Suku Meow, his name is Homeboys on the server. I'm not sure what that reason is or what, whatever is the case for that. I will probably call him Homeboys and we'll continue to call him that over the course of the series. Mixmeister,
I prefer that. Suku Meow just doesn't do it for me, I'm afraid.
No, I agree with you. Mixmeister, D-Donny, and Dosic. I believe all these players have been playing on a boot camp together because they did recently play in one of those regional lands in Kazakhstan. I mean, I literally checked it out the other day, and it's actually, I think it was a little while ago, and I think they're still on the boot camp for that. It's only like 2 weeks or so. It was a 1xbet frag season 14. They actually won that entire event. And looked pretty good doing so as well. They won in the final 2-0. They actually had a couple of teams to face in that region, of course. They are from Uzbekistan. That was in Tashkent. That tournament was played. And, yeah, a couple of well-known Kazakhstani teams from that region. All Inners is a known team from that region. So the fact they're able to beat out them and make the final and win it says something about them. But unfortunately, other results have been very, very up and down. There's only really one man that I'm excited about on this roster. I think it's Dune. I think he's got something about him. He's a bit of a madman. Presses W when he gets the opportunity. A bit like the Luca Bressel of Counter-Strike. That's a horrible reference. No one will get that, but you know what? Stay with me. But he's exciting.
Lost on me, mate.
He's exciting.
Okay. I can work with that. What I will say is, outside of their regional competition, they've played 2 best of 3s, one against Eklot, one against Rush B, and they've only won, 12 rounds across 4 maps. So that is not great. Hopefully we can improve on that count. We're going to have a look at Ruby now. There's a lot of pieces to get excited about in this team. Obviously, Easy is the name we've seen a lot of already back in the Aurora Youngblood days, stood in for the main team a bit. And then even after that in Guns, of course, that Guns team got a lot of attention towards the second half of last year. That was mostly because of Tanier and Casello. But I will say Easy still showed a lot of promise in that team and did do very well. Certainly prevalent in a lot of their successes as well, notably beating out Furia in that one CCT matchup. Some other names as well, Cade and Swallow, they've been on this team for a while. Cade popped off in a big way yesterday. He did look very good individually. Fozel from Team Space is a name I've seen around for a while. Had a big first map yesterday. He was really good on the CT side, just reading the round, figuring out how to position himself, when to aggress, when to try and take space, when to have some triggers I actually really liked watching him in action. Did kind of fall off as the game went on, but like I say, there's a lot of good pieces here for Ruby. It's just about making it work and finding a balance.
Exactly right. I mean, when you say good pieces, they are kind of pieces that have been picked up and tried to slot together, right? Because as you say, you know, Aurora Youngblood, their Aurora setup in general, Team Space, you got players from the old VP Prodigy lineup as well, right? So it's kind of a mishmash that has been slotted together because we kind of will get a lot of that in Russia, right? There's just so many players to pick from in general, I suppose, actually. In the region, so it's gonna be difficult to really get something really working for you long term when it comes to sort of a relatively newer roster. And as you rightly say, right, they have had some okay results lately. They beat Favbet, that's acceptable. Beat Partisan, that's a really good result for them. But that was quite a long time ago now, and that was in the advanced playoffs, of course, to make that next season of ESL Challenge League. I think they actually won that advanced season. I'm going to quickly double check that because I remember reading it just earlier.
Yeah, I think they did.
And they did,
Sure
yes.
did,
So
yeah.
they were one of the 4 teams to make it. Of course, Partisan did make it alongside Garden Garage and Nevermore. But Ruby won the entire season to get that top prize of 7k and reach Challenger League. So they definitely have that quality in them to get to that next level in Tier 2. But as the old adage goes, the consistency is not there yet.
Yeah, and that will take time. I mean, it's a fairly recently formed roster, and they've brought different pieces from within the region, right? So you just got to kind of blood them all into the team and get everybody onto the same page, and then the consistency will come with that. But move things forward. Let's have a look at the veto. We can see which maps we're going to end up on here. Ruby picked us too. Okay. I mean, I remember seeing them yesterday, and obviously, like I said, their T side was nowhere to be found. They were down, they were up 9-3, and they didn't win a single round from there. I think it was their T side. Let me just double check that actually before I go for broadcast, and it was actually their CT side. So I was lying. They didn't get a single round on their CT side after a 9-3 T side. Ancient here picked by Delta, map they've picked 5 times or played 5 times, clearly a go-to, and the Mirage will decide, which is, I mean, these are the 3 most played maps for Delta, so there's going to be at least an element of familiarity here for them coming into the series.
And that's a good thing for sure. I think there was one thing that I would like to mention for the Delta roster. On that second map versus Rage, which is the game I got to cover the other day with Freddy, there was a certain couple of rounds which cracked Freddy up. I mean, listen, he lost it at the end of that series. There was one run in particular where they went out mid on Dust 2, and there was an AWPer. I think the AWPer was long A. 3 players pushed out one by one into the AWPer and died just like that, the easiest death ever. And then the 4th player finally comes along with a smoke and is like, okay, well, I guess I'll smoke the cross now and not die. Like, why didn't you smoke it at the beginning? And that, I think, crashed Freddy out, considering how comedic that was. Yeah, they're not there on Dust 2. They're going to play very aggressively. They're going to play a little bit... they're going to take map control early in most rounds, from what I've seen, whether it's mid or long, or maybe even tunnels early round. We're going to see some weird stuff, I think, from Delta here. And really, the question mark for me is if Ruby are ready to deal with it, put simply.
I'm ready to deal with it. I'm looking forward to it. It sounds like it's going to be entertaining one way or... Of course, it is Ruby's map pick, so Delta choose to start on the CT side. Ruby begin on their favored side of the map here. I wonder if they're going to be opening up with some respect here from Ruby's perspective, Trav. Are they going to be respecting Delta, or are they going to look to just bully them from the word go? Delta do have a pretty forward setup in middle right now. A couple players on short. And Molly will force Dosic out. Oh my goodness. Look at the attention to detail here. Nice shot from Ho Boys, but there has to be a lot more where that came from.
Yeah, as you can see, they're still on land together, right? I think we'll see more of that over on the player cams as we go on today. Still playing as a 5 in a facility somewhere. There you go. You can see them next to each other. So that's what you got to do, right? If you're an up-and-coming team in, like, even below Tier 3 level. Okay, experience playing in a LAN environment. Hopefully that improves you as a team as the time goes on. Homeboys will get the only kill for them so far, though, and we are going to work our way through mid. Cross replacement from D-Donny is not too bad, but realises that he probably needs to let them come through and play into their crossfire. We'll fall back very defensively to the back of the B bomb site. Mixmeister will have a look into all the tunnels in the meantime. Easy will take home, boys. Donny needs his 2. He gets his 2. That's critical. And it's a 2v2 off the back of it. That's a lot of 2s.
Cade's going to pull the plug on that B push. Makes sense because in the meantime, Easy got the frag on A, and they've got the info that both those remaining players are over towards the B bomb site. Easy will collect that first frag, but job's not done. There's a chance D-Donny, he's going to have to get a quad kill in the round, but unfortunately Easy's going to shut him down. It's a quad kill for Easy, in fact, as Ruby open up first.
Yeah, start of the round was great due diligence, right? With that Molotov in lower tunnel. Good work. Easy won his duel alone on A, and then D-Donny gave them a chance. They kind of overlooked back plat completely there, did Ruby. But in the end, Easy was the man to close with a nice quad kill.
Certainly were moments there where it looked like Delta might be able to get the job done. I mean, especially considering the way the round had started. It looked like it was a closed-up shop there for Ruby in the 5v3, but still a nice setup on that B bomb site with D-Donny over on platform and then his teammate in tunnels trying to play off of one another.
Oh no, my homeboy's gone.
I'm still here, Trav.
Thank God.
Your homeboy is right here. I'll never leave your side. Homeboys, on the other hand, I can't speak for him, Trav. That guy's got a reputation.
I know, right?
He's a bit flaky. Flaky.
He occasionally likes to drop dead on a Counter-Strike server for no reason.
Well, he's
Crazy.
back. He's here. He's been reincarnated.
Excellent. We're safe.
Delta shouldn't be in this round, though. Homeboys has brought up a scout. It's a pretty popular option. You normally actually see it on the T side, and the thought process is that, well, I'm just going to have a scout here in this round, try to do something, and then in the gun round, have a scout as well. Not the end of the world on Dust 2, I suppose. He wouldn't have had the AWP anyway.
So Alio is going to allow Dune to walk his way into long doors. This is the Zoomer that I was talking to you about. Maybe 17 is still very young. Maybe not young. Some incredibly talented players out there actually right now. Seeing the social media posts from Faceit about Male09 from Johnny Speeds.
Yeah, of course.
15 years old, of course, farming FPL.
Yeah, it's quite crazy to see how the was just shifted from what we actually think is young. 17 is almost like normal at this point. Got Spirit Academy who are just going around knocking on different kindergartens and signing some kindergartners as well. Just getting their academy program going. Wasn't there a pro player who had a kid recently? It was somebody in the space who had a child. Yeah, no, but like recently. I can't remember seeing... There's somebody, I think, not too long ago.
Messi?
The rumor was that Spirit Academy... Yeah, there we go. The rumor is that Spirit Academy have already offered Messi's child a contract.
Listen, that's what I do know. There's probably been others, but yeah, Messi did have a kid. I think it was with his, as far as I remember, I think him saying in an interview as well, I think it's like with his like school girlfriend or something, like his high school sweetheart. Isn't that adorable? Goals, to be honest with you.
Mate. Yeah. It's a lost art.
It truly is. Bless him. My goat. I'm a member of Williams Merry Men. Push towards short for Ruby. Incendiary will be down, and that will hold them at bay for a little while. Good job from D-Donny there to get that one. They are picked down, so trying to force them in to other duels elsewhere. But of course, weaponry advantage with the FAMAS and an MP9. So YaLLa actually will best that MP9 right now. And there's Hassanator pushing out mid. Dosic given no chance whatsoever. Now Hassanator's got a great opportunity to deal with the B player, but hang on. Mixmeister is doing good work. Unfortunately, it's only one, and D-Donny is stuck behind the CT smoke.
Yeah, I mean, basically mission impossible, and the door's being closed in on him here as well, so saving the gun is probably not going to be a fruitful venture. Easy is hunting, and Easy will become hunted. Now, they've got to be careful, because if D-Donny actually kills this MP9 carrier, it's just down to a 1v1, but that's not going to happen. So YaLLa will prevail. Good work here coming through from Ruby. I mean, it does look like they have a little bit of information that Delta clearly like to play aggressive Counter-Strike because they are just sitting, posting on angles right now, waiting for Delta to push. We saw it in the previous round in tunnels, got the kills there. We've seen it out towards long twice now as well, punishing that long aggression. Of course, it wasn't Homeboys who did it in the second round, did it in the third round, and maybe He doesn't know his teammate did it in the round before, and at that point, it's obvious that their opponents would be aware of that play. So,
Yeah.
unfortunate either way. Good way to start off this eco round here for the CT side.
Hasanator gets his one. The 5-7 will pop up for one of its own, but Fozzel's in a good position. Should catch the short player. There we go. Now smoke to be checked, and he does check it properly. There we go. Good clear. And seeing that in exactly the same timing from his camera is quite almost surprising sometimes, right? Like you think, oh, maybe there's a little bit of a delay there. Maybe it's a little bit of a difference in timing, but no, literally exact same time with the cameras all synced up. You see him check that angle properly. And Ruby get off to a 4-0 start here.
We should cast around off of Fozel's cam.
I know, right? Actually doable.
Just from what we can see on his monitor. Be a bit more difficult on Kate's for sure.
I like that.
We can see what's happening on our screen though. Oh, just narrowly missing out. Yeah, hanging around should be a trade. Fozel does get a frag back, but the man advantage will persist here for the CT side. And it looks like Ruby want to try and keep the pressure up. Fozel's been able to get out. Oh my goodness. What a beautiful 1-2 punch between himself and Hasanator. The bomb is still back out towards. They can't actually take full advantage just yet, but they will still end up on the B bomb site, no doubt. I do know Ruby had to forfeit. Actually, probably a conversation we should have, considering it does look like there's a retake going to happen. I'll put that one on ice for now. There's a couple HEs and a smoke grenade. A kit's in play as well. So this is doable here for the CT side, especially with one of the Ts already all the way back towards spawn. Can't really help his teammates out much right now. That is an unfortunate nade, and the smoke surely spells the end of the round.
It does, unfortunately. There's a smoke and a kit between the two players. One on Dosic, one on D-Donny. So, yeah, it's a opportunity that they could have maybe gone for, but they, of course, weren't to know that third player was a little bit further away. Yeah, you can talk about that forfeit now. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, apparently, what I can tell, Ruby actually forfeited 2 other games today that they were supposed to play in other competitions. Now, I'm not entirely sure if all 3 games, those 2 and this one, clashed. I don't think they did. But it means that this game is super important because they've obviously prioritized this game above everything else. And this tournament as well. So it's actually really important that they win this matchup and get themselves into that 1-1 bracket of the Swiss stage.
Definitely. They will be expecting quite a lot of themselves, I feel like, Ruby. And in a Contenders stage closed qualifier, which is where we're at right now, I think they will think that they should be making it through with relative ease, knowing the experience they have as I guess as individuals at a level like this.
Again, look at the early aggression. You mentioned it, you highlighted that this is what we could come to expect here from Delta in this series, and it's exactly how they've approached the game so far here. It's just numbers up middle, so YaLLa has to be careful. He's going to get caught off. Easy with the Zorp as well. His position's been made known. Is he just going to go straight through the smoke mine? Bomb being picked up. Advantage for Delta, and they have to capitalize on this one.
Yeah, they gotta take it. Dune does go super aggressive, and as I say, not the first time you'll see that for me. Dune is that player that I have mentioned and highlighted that can be one to watch for the future. And he played against a guy called Fortuna the other day when I got a chance to cover him, and he was the AWPer for the other Kazakh team in this draw, in the closed qualifier. And yeah, they both do pretty exciting work. Fortuna is another one to add to the list of Kazakh AWPers that are ones for the future that maybe haven't found a team yet. Although there's a couple, of course, that have relatively recently, i.e. IC and Molodoy. Cade, 3 HP. Easy, 60 HP. Might have to be all on Easy's shoulders, this one. Thankfully for Cade, his presence is keeping him away from the big bomb site. And oh my goodness, they're going past each other in the smoke. I can't believe it. Dosic should go down. Does. There's only a few bullets left in the AK there. That was almost very awkward. And with D-Donny on 21 HP, he will Scarper. And Cade's presence and well-timing pushes alone will get Ruby to their 6th round.
It's such a brutal round for Delta to lose as well, just with the way that they start getting some early picks, getting themselves a decent advantage. Not like Ruby had anything to show for the fact that they had lost a couple players as well. But Delta just can't take their damn foot off the pedal, man. And I mean, just pushing through long doors, even with the advantage, losing a player there. But that wasn't the key problem. The problem was that the other 2 players that were long doors were also spotted. So Ruby, even though they're in a 2 versus 3, they know that there can only be 1 player towards that B bomb site. Cade gets that kill, and then he plays his hand brilliantly after that, smoking CT, and then just nestling himself into the smoke grenade, allowing for the Delta player to cross, and then re-emerging. Probably the way he had to go about it, because he was so low on health, he had to go for a bit of a cheeky risk there, and it worked out.
We love a bit of cheeky risks when it's when they need to happen as well, right? And they are necessary. Easy. Will try and force his way out long. He will be able to manage it. Homeboys will have that boost up on short to watch lower. One of the classic plays on D2. Donny a little bit wary, and we're seeing quite a lot of that smoke being used in the recent Dust 2 meta. I'm not sure how much I think about it, to be honest, or like about it. It seems like a smoke that's very easily disrespected, because there are gaps on the left and the right, but low-key, it's seeming to be quite an important smoke for most CT sides now on this map.
Yeah, I haven't actually paid a huge amount of attention to it myself. Curious to see how it will play out. Always just got to have your own little unique intricacies, how you use that utility. I use different smoke grenades anyway. It is going to be Ruby looking to get themselves onto the save bomb site. Have been running into a bit of resistance. Homeboys burning alive, forced out into the open. Good combination. Oh my goodness, a flurry of frags coming through here from the T side. Blink and you would have missed it. 4v2 off the bat. YaLLa going to continue to fight. Fozel's activated with the flank. It's only Dosic left remaining, and maybe that's not a problem. What is a problem is Fozel is going to be closing the door in on him. 7-0, Ruby romping to victory.
Yeah, and the thing that I mentioned, that midway down long smoke, it was used quite early there by Delta, very, very early. Ruby could just wait it out, play the time, push up when it faded, so they don't just push through corners of a smoke and get caught off guard. And Molly, Gandalf properly, and overwhelm the site. It was pretty comfortable in the end for them. Kind of going as expected so far, this opening map of this best of 3.
The problem is that there have still been moments for Delta where it looks like they can go toe-to-toe with Ruby, but then they just overplay their hand. They give up what ground they have. Got to try and find a bit of a middle ground. I understand that this is probably wants to be like the main style of their approach, but it can't be their only style, right? They got to have some sort of depth. Otherwise, it just becomes way too predictable. You can see how Ruby just telegraphed it from the word go, just posting up on angles, punishing the pushes from Delta. This time, there's a little bit more of a passive approach, Trav. They've changed their colors. Let's see if it's going to make a difference.
Okay, good entry on Dosic. Homeboys needs to do something, but I'm afraid it's only a 1-for-1, and Hassanator and Easy will clear up the other pieces that were required. And the bomb's still in spawn, by the way, so they've basically got full control everywhere they want to go, but no package yet. So that will create some extra time for Delta to move Didoni and Dune into slightly more different positions. Didoni is still here, boosted on blue box on long. And you'd expect him to get that kill from that position. Unfortunately for Delta, they are going up short, so taking this long lurker, at some point his internal clock will tick over and he's going to be a bit concerned about what he sees. But there we go, he can be locked in now. Big swing though, and Sawalio clearly saw a little pixel of him. What a clear that is. Poor old D-Donny. He's now D-dead.
Yeah, he is digging his grave. I don't take it you're a Big Les fan, Trav.
A big what?
The Big Les show. I don't know if
No.
you've seen it before on YouTube. It's
No.
a series that was literally made in paint by a couple of Australians. And it's got like Sasquatches and just some crazy Australian people doing crazy Australian things. But there is a Sasquatch named Donnie in the Big Les show. He's a very cool character. So whenever I see D Donnie on the server, can't help but think of Donnie. He talks like this, Trev. He's got a proper thick Australian neck, or Donnie.
Okay, I've not heard that from you before. That's new on me.
Have I unsettled you? I'm not bad at that. I can do an Irish accent. I am half Irish, so I'm not that bad. I do have Irish citizenship, so
Yeah.
I think I could blend in. They wouldn't know I'm not a local.
Yeah.
I reckon I'm Irish.
I mean,
Do I get a pass mark, or is it awful?
it's a... I'll let you have it for the comedic effect, but no more.
Okay, alright, I'll take that at least. It's something, right?
Here's the aggression again, this time on a lower investment round, so understandable that they can maybe give something a bit more aggressive a look. But Ruby are very ready and are playing very, very patient here. Despite Delta being, of course, on in a boot camp with everyone together, as you can see on the player cams. That doesn't mean it's a magical fix for some of your issues that you have as a team.
That's true. I feel like that's often how people look at it, right? Oh, a team's on boot camp playing against a team that isn't on boot camp. That's just an insta-win. Like, that is biggest difference in the world. And we've seen how often that's just not the case. There is a buff. There's definitely a buff. But it's changing aspects of your game and making you so much better as a team.
Unless you figure out on boot camp that you actually all hate each other. That is a problem.
Well, that's gonna send things in the opposite direction then, I reckon.
Yeah, unfortunately.
(9-0). Ruby are feasting on Delta right now. Do you think they're sponsored by the Delta Airways, Trav? I mean, they've got some banging social media posts and social media managers, don't they?
True. I mean, I joked with you in the pre-game that, listen, maybe they appreciate the wildlife in the Okavango Delta or something.
Maybe. I got a Delta Park just down the road from me. Spend some good time in there.
Yeah. Any lions? Any rhinos in there?
No. Just probably the thing you have to be the most concerned about would be the crack addicts.
Ah, yes, actually. I can see why that would be the case. That is definitely wildlife. Mixmeister will push mid. Homeboy's flash will actually get in the opening. And finally, that bit of aggression and constant pressure Delta are putting on and getting some results. Mixmeister will take down easy. But Fossil is ready for the immediate trade on that one. And they're actually looking to go in for more. That's what I'm talking about. Sure,
yeah.
He was stuck in mid, right? I kind of get him having to push further. There's kind of no way out in that scenario. But he did have Dosick in lower and a teammate on short. So he could have fallen back maybe if he wanted to. So now Homeboys has to deliver an important kill because damage is being done to them. And now they're down to 19 and 26 HP. No one's healthy in this round, but Dosick is going to be able to deal with YaLLa at least, and now it's all down to Cade. Very winnable. He's creeping back on the headshot angle. Will get in the way? The answer is no, it won't. It's a very, very simple 1v2 for Cade. Both of them thought he was moving up short. He was not.
And you can't even fault them either, because that just would have made the most sense. I was thinking as soon as has that player double doors shoot at him, he's just immediately going to pull his knife out and run into the A bomb site. But no, Cade had another plan. Just smartly shifts his way back up towards the top of middle. Gets further back behind the Delta players. And the timing was perfect as well, because just as he executes the first player emerges from the smoke as well, offers himself up on a silver platter. As Delta just give that round away, I'm afraid, Trav. Again, it was a nice start with the early aggression. They show some teeth. They get some kills, they get an advantage, but they just give it up. And that's what's going to happen. If you just continue to throw what you have at your opponents, eventually it will just work out against you.
Yeah, exactly right. And in time, that gets very much telegraphed for Ruby.
The problem...
Go on.
I was just going to say the problem is that it's actually really sick the way they do open up some of their rounds. If they could just actually have a bit of a way to shift from that early round aggression and getting those opening kills into a mid round, then I feel like we're cooking with this team. Like there's something to work with at that point. Either way, it is a retake, so I should probably be focusing on that. 10-0 though, so not like this round has huge implications. It's maybe for Delta to try and give themselves something, but Trap, they're just going to carry the guns across and calling it a day, waving the white flag.
Dossic will deal with Hasanator, and has an aggressive peak, but there's no kit. It's not like they can even go for a really late retake. Maybe when they're on the retreat to save their weapons. Like one player can't even take the gamble and go for some sort of ninja defuse, trying to get one kill and then jumping on the bomb. There ain't no defuse kit, which is very disappointing. The save does mean they can drop a couple of M4s, sure, but look at that round history. There is a certain lack of blue right now.
Yeah, let's just get a sprinkling, a smattering of blue there. Just one little dot right up at the end of the half. Give them something, Trav. They've won 4 rounds in the previous... Excuse me, they've won 12 rounds across the previous 4 maps that they've played here against European opposition. Haven't added any to the tally just yet here on Dust 2, I'm afraid.
It's a rough watch. It is also kind of what I thought might happen. Even if it's Ruby, who aren't the best team in the league in this current close qualifier, I would say. Lots of damage done. Hasanator managed to tag June, poor old June, or poor young June, down to 9 HP, only 3 and 11 so far. Again, they try and push him towards mid. Aggression is the only way they know how. And unfortunately, Ruby have just been so well prepared for it. Cade is going to find himself 2 of his own. He's up to 14 and 4, incidentally. And Ruby are looking for that clean sheet half.
Cade is crispy, right? He is very good to watch. Very easy on the eye with the rifle. He's clean. It's not like he's all over the place. Sprays up. Not something that you see too often from him. Is generally just maybe a burst show there. Lots of tap him as well. And it is going to be that 12-0 half here. Undeniable Delta, unfortunately. It's just a matter of time. Look at that shot there from Fozil. Just for the high and giving the videographer something to work with. And YaLLa will finish off the job. 12-0 flawless, Ruby.
And the question is, for me, Matt, do you think Trav's law applies here?
This is one of the more... You know, it's tough to say, because it is a pistol round, so if there ever was a world in which Delta could win a round here against Ruby, you'd imagine it's got to be the pistol. You combine that with what we've seen from Trav's law in the past, I'm going to say yes. Delta got this, Trav. They're Ruby at least once.
I think so too. It's a pistol round after all. They are a bit more of a lottery, right? You said the same thing. So, yeah, when I say pistols are more of a lottery, at a higher tier 2 level, and of course the top level, they're not. And I think some of those stats I mentioned the other day, I can't remember which team it was, but I said something along the lines of, okay, listen, they've won like 8 out of their 10 pistol rounds on the map in recent times. Shows that they're putting a lot of great planning into it. But here's the question, can we avoid a 13-0? I think we've only done 1 before, if I'm not mistaken, in tier 2, and all the casts we've done together this year. Easy.
Oh, how Cade not died there. I thought the players top mid would have been able to get the job done. Ruby trying to give Delta a taste of their own medicine, taking the fight to them here in towards the top of middle. And Hasanator, well, it looks like he's keen to just continue to commit here. Picks up the Julies. Dossic is low, but look at the discipline, Trav. This is what a team who has of discipline looked like. Even in the 4 versus 2, they're not overcommitting. Delta were committing with way less reward in some of the rounds in the first half.
It's a very good point. It's a very good point. This is just expertly done from Ruby. When you get to 12-0 as well, you really have that extra motivation to actually make it a 13-0, don't you? So, they won't be letting this one go, I don't think. Dossic is 7 HP. Dune trying to play with him, going toward long. Late round, but 30 seconds to make this play. And they've still got YaLLa here, and he's actually still got a smoke after all this time. So he's going to throw it down in that midway position on long that I mentioned.
Yeah.
and play a very awkward angle. This is now a nightmare. It's a nightmare for Delta. They can't even go for this. They're actually not even going to go for it, look. 14 seconds. They're not going up long.
Oh, what is this, Trav?
This
I
is...
don't know, man. Someone play a little violent.
Yeah. Well, there we go. As expected, a little bit of a gaming sign there to the camera from Swalio, and we are done. We are done 13-0. And honestly, I told you beforehand, the thing that categorizes Delta's game on D2 is messy and very aggressive. And for once, I am very, 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 very correct.
Does that flavor change though? Now going into Ancient, do they have like a completely different playstyle altogether? Like I imagine that they
It's
do.
better.
It is.
It's better.
Okay.
I think it's slightly better, ever so slightly.
I just don't understand why they're so hyper aggressive. And like I said, I do like the instances of it, but I just think if they were able to then pivot from that early round aggression where they then find some success into a mid round, then maybe this team would have a whole going for them. But they're just very one-dimensional, at least as far as what we saw on that first map.
Yeah, and I think that the thing is with Deltas, I have seen one game from them that I was very impressed with. That was against Rage on Mirage. But again, that is obviously an opponent that is a domestic opponent, one that they have beaten before recently and looked totally fine on. So, yeah, I think there's obvious pitfalls here. We don't have to really go into them too much. It's clearly they're one of the teams that were invited through the VRS because they've been successful in these like domestic Kazakh LANs, right? With LANs being worth so much extra points. So yeah, it's a rough watch. I'm hoping they will do themselves justice going into map 2, which we'll see after the break. She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb dropped, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from area, still good.
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Matt, I have some great news for you for Delta. Do you know what it is?
Okay. Yeah, give it to me. I got good news for them right now.
It literally can't get any worse.
I guess that's news. I don't know if it's good news. It certainly is news, though. You're not wrong, Trav. 13-0, guys, is what he's referencing right now. That was the scoreline on the map. It was Ruby's map. It doesn't feel like they only won 13-0 because it was their map. They did look way better as a team. They looked way better as individuals. They were way better drilled as well, right? Like, that was just glaringly obvious. And that's why I'm like, was it a map specific there for Delta? Is that just their general style, being hyper-aggressive regardless of the map that they play? So, kind of keen to get Ancient to figure that out.
Yeah, I have seen some Mirage from them, and I have seen some Ancient from them a long time ago, and they're okay on Ancient, but I'm expecting like that Ruby should be finishing this one 2-0 very, very comfortably. That's even like not going off of map 1, right? I think this is it. It should be easy for Ruby. As I say, I know jokingly said that at the beginning, but for Delta, it literally, no, factually can't get worse for them. I want to see a little bit of an improvement, just see what they've got in their back pocket. Do they have anything to show us? Do they stay super aggressive? Do they want to try and change something up? Do they have some plans in reserve, or are they going to get outplayed again? We're about to find out.
Well, here we go. Ruby looking to receive Delta, and it is going to be an opening kill coming through for Homeboys as they start to just get all over this B bomb site trap. It looks like they could already improve on that scoreline from the previous map as early as the pistol round here. They do continue to force the fights. They've got the man advantage, make that a 2-man advantage. It's all down to Cade now. Nothing going to be given away for free here, and surely this is going to be Delta open up their account.
Let's go, Delta. I believed. They're going to get the pistol over the line. It's one of the more simpler rounds to win, it has to be said, when you're going quickly in toward B as a group and able to take control toward the back of the site as well. Easy to overrun. Question for Ruby is, do they want to force buy? Or do they want to go for a full eco for the guns in the third? But they could feel like they could win a force buy in this sort of game, and they're going to do exactly that because of that. MP9s are out, Deagle on 5-7 is out, and we're fully investing into this one. No even leftover cash for a future AWP for their main man Easy. So let's see.
I do like the force buy here for Ruby. Delta just get too comfortable too early on here. You want to try and challenge them and test them as much as you possibly can. And there's going to be a big kerfuffle here in towards Jag right now as that smoke starts to fade. A lot of players going to become exposed. Surely Delta with that extra man here, that could be the difference maker. Dosic has his crosshair placed, but oh no. It's a sea of blue in the kill feed. Fozel's double down, and it's a disaster for Delta.
That kind of seemed like what was going to happen, you know? Like, this game just has that feel about it. Ruby are better, and they know they're better, and that's why they're forced up. And, a wallbang kill will come through from Homeboys, but he needs a lot more than that, I'm afraid. Cade might gift him one, though. Mixmeister is with him, and they're going to team up together. That's really good. A little bit of a pause and a group up with two players on relatively healthy HP to make that happen. But now there is a very quick flank for the MP9 coming in through Jag and through Cave, and YaLLa will wait till the MP9 finds any information, and there we go, it gets the kill. Mixmeister is also then 29 HP. He's looking toward Cave because of that issue, not knowing about where the second player's coming from, and they will get caught in the end.
I mean, he just made it look so easy, didn't he? Just catching both of those players looking the wrong way. Really good timing there for Easy in both of those kills. I mean, it was always looking like it was supposed to be Ruby's round. Delta fight their way back into the 2v2, and at least they get a bomb plot. I'm surprised Mixmeister doesn't actually respond there after he loses his teammate and even just look in that direction. Surely Delta are going to be forcing back in response here. It does look like they're going to try and answer back after losing to a force. Ugh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, and they're not fully investing with everyone in the as a force by war would get underway. So, let's see how this goes. I'm expecting it to go a little bit like that. Homeboys will get one, but hang on, there's a lot of damage being done. Fozil, he's managed to put Homeboys down to 9 HP, but not been able to complete it. So we're actually back into a 3v3. MP9 recovered, but look who's creeping behind them. There is a flank already in that smoke. It should get 2 kills here. Cade with 1, YaLLa with the other, and Cade should find the last. There we go. He was creeping around in that smoke for a very long time and chose the right time to leap his way out of it.
The one thing I will say is I am glad that Delta are starting this map on the T's, kind of see what they're capable of when they get to kind of play the game on their terms. You know, kind of get to make some... See what they have in their tactical thing. See when... Yeah, they don't have to try and figure out what Ruby are going to be doing.
Yeah.
But rather we get to see what they're going to go for here on this T side. It's a bit better for them, honestly. Not expecting much in this round though, just a couple upgraded pistols. Ruby should be able to clean up relatively easily.
I don't love this so much. This is an angle where you can just get double peeked from both sides. But thankfully, obviously, for Delta, they didn't know he was there. And YaLLa didn't know that they weren't going to double peek. So it's all good. Cade will manage to find the trade on Mixmeister anyway. And these guys know what they're doing. Pushing aggressive against the Glock is fine. Deagle could do something. Crosshair placement, not too bad. But Fozil ducks underneath it. And we'll find the third round for Ruby. Quick and easy, but not painless if you're Delta.
Certainly not. It's been anything but painless so far throughout this series for them. The one round they've been able to win between the two maps was the first pistol here on Ancient. Let's see what they can do here with some guns in their hands, though. They're going to have full utility, AKs as well. I think Ancient T side could really lend itself to this team, Trav, because they like to play hyper-aggressive. You can certainly employ that style here quite successfully. You can either just go direct into either bomb site. You really can just throw and barrel yourself straight into both A and B on this map. And you can even just play a very aggressive default where you just split your way up speedway, down the ledge into middle, come through elbow into mid at the same time. Try and keep up the pace into donut or red room. So I could see a world in which the style works for Delta on the T side of Ancients in particular.
Yeah, it is, I guess that's what they're trying to make up for, right? In their sort of lack of experience and maybe lack of, maybe pure hardcore skill is teamwork on entries and grouping up and going fast together places, just to try and overwhelm. And they've done that on this round, look. So, good play. Org in toward Temple, did nothing. Bomb down, 5v3. This should be a save.
It certainly will be now off the back of that kill from June through the smoke, and that's a very nice way here for Delta to win their first slightly calculated approach there, just waiting for their moment to pounce on the A bomb site, barreling the util in. Finding that kill on the Org player was the key to open up A. It felt like the round was theirs from that point already. least they're going to be able to keep the guns alive here, and they will be able to drop a couple weapons as well, so we will still see a full investment coming through from Ruby, but Delta have shots in that round.
Yeah, nice little team up. Like an old classic on Ancient. Group up A main, go aggressively together, and it will work out for you. If you hit your entries, obviously. Which they did, especially on that org in toward Temple. That you always feel so comfortable when you're crouching with an org, when you're scoped in. You feel like you've got a significant advantage. When there's a wide swinging AK on the other side, sometimes that's not the case.
They're just going to run it back here and repeat. Ruby has certainly been putting more focus in towards middle in the early stages of these rounds here. Swallow this time's in Donut. Task with trying to deal with the players coming in his direction. He's going to drop a defensive smoke to try and give himself a little bit of room to play around, try and buy some time. Flashes are very good though. Swallow is completely blinded, will regain his vision. Oh, how does he approach this right now? Bomb being committed to. It's actually been denied by Cade, but Swallow has compromised his position. Surprisingly, will still get a kill though. Oh, that's a great frag there from Mixmeister. He is certainly mixing things up. He's 8-4 right now. Easy misses a shot that you expect him to hit every day of the week. At least Fozil will finish it, but that then gives up his position. Delta now have the information that both the players left alive are coming through from CT.
Oh, good check from Fozil though. This puts Dosick in a 1v2. Bomb is kind of in the middle of no man's land as well on the site, so it's going to be awkward to be able to peek into it, and Easy is ready to pick it up. So a quick rebuttal for Ruby. Delta got their second, not allowed to get their third in consecutive rounds. Nothing yet. Great spam to deny that bomb plant. He knows where that normal plant spot is on the corner of the platform.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate for Delta. You can kind of what they're thinking there. They just found success with that strat. Ruby weren't expecting Delta to run it back again immediately afterwards, so I don't mind the double dip. But just kind of capitulate once Cade and Sawalio start to force the fights onto the T side on that A bomb site. Now they have to just commit to the save and a chance for Ruby to get themselves up to 5. DDK is back, Trav.
Yeah.
Casting with Anders, of course. That's exciting. It's been a very long time since he's cast Counter-Strike.
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. If this clip somehow finds its way to him, then I'm not going to be embarrassed because unlucky team kill. I'm not going to be embarrassed because I think it's cool. But first ever event I ever went to, ECS Season 1, 2016, the event where famously Shox and Scream ran riot and destroyed Luminosity, who were about to win the major, of course, a few months later in Cologne. Yeah, I took a picture with him and with Bardolph as well, and I still have that picture. It's in a folder on my Google Drive, and he was one of my casting heroes way back when. So it's kind of funny that. Kind of funny how things work out. Who knows? Maybe I'll work with him one day. Who knows?
It's also quite incredible that you got to work an event with James Bardolph after taking that photo with him in 2016 for 7 years.
Yeah,
and you're
true.
on the talent list alongside him, Trav. That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah, it's if I ever get interviewed by like HLTV or something, if I ever get a chance at the big time, listen, I'm not exactly hoping that's going to happen just yet. Maybe in a little while, but yeah, I will mention. I know you would. You're lovely. But that's one of the few things I would definitely mention, without a doubt. Just like my origins and how I got into where I am now. So there you go.
Would that be the main podcast you'd want to get on if you could get on like any of the mainstream podcasts? Would HLTV confirmed be your first
Well, I've been
choice?
on it once. So
Yeah. You did the feature, but I mean as like the proper guest for the entire episode.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think I'd be able to. There's a few more that I think would be a great idea. Like just to. Because sometimes you need to remember, right, as well, like, stay humble. Not everyone knows who you are if you basically only worked tier 2 events, maybe 1 or 2 tier 1 events. So keep working hard, keep doing what you're doing, and see where you get. And
absolutely.
That's the advice I'd give to most people, I would say.
Good to still have goals, dreams, and aspirations, though. That doesn't hurt. What does hurt is June right now with the AK, and he's inflicting a lot of pain on Ruby right now. Very good double kill coming through from him, and there's more where that came from here. This is a good return to form for Delta after they lost a couple rounds back to back. A 4 versus 2. Fozel's going to be Herge as he falls back as well. Being tracked and traced. Who's on a tear. Eventually, Fozel will put him to death. And is that going to funnel Delta in towards Donut? Because there's a player here, it's YaLLa, and they don't know. He needs a multi, but he won't even be good for one.
And Fozel has to clutch with 42 health. Gonna happen. He's being flanked by Mixmeister, and considering Dune died in that position, I very much doubt that he's going to be expecting that flank from Mixmeister. And there you go, he'll take the kill. A little tiny glimpse there, Matt, of what I've been talking about when it comes to Dune, right? Very, very raw talent. You know, it's like an unpolished diamond, as people might want to say. He's not got experience at this level whatsoever. However, sometimes we see these aggressive moves pay off. And I saw one on Mirage in the game I did the other day of his, where he had possibly the widest of all wide swings ever, and like took twice in a row to destroy 2 people on an entry. So like, he's got something. He's got something.
Yeah, I really like what I saw from him that round there. Wasn't really like that second gunfight favored him much when the smoke faded and Donut, but he still came out on top. And there is going to be a push into the save bomb site once again. This time YaLLa and Cade are both in toward, and they're going to look to try on the front lines. They're not going to fall back here. It's going to be a flash off of. There's so many players on the other side though. YaLLa is good for it. Cade support flash. YaLLa does the damage. There's still supports coming through. This is the problem with that. You can't get that control immediately, and the rotations arrive before you've actually been able to either force the Donut player back or get that kill. It just becomes a meat grinder.
Yeah. The fact that the LNS gets 2 there from YaLLa and is able to hop away for a split second makes it so awkward. Hasanator surviving on 1 HP as well is just a bit of salt in the wound. So Dosic has to save the AK, and he's got 50 seconds to do it. So yeah. How was the day? Was the weather good? Is it getting colder? What did you have for breakfast?
It's getting a bit nippy, but it was still nice and sunny today. I actually went and got my raw milk, Trav. I did my weekly mission to the farm about 25 minutes from where I live. 3 liters milk in my glass bottles.
That's quite
Always
a lot.
love that little replenishment. Yeah, I tend to get through like 2.5 liters a week, and then I have to just down what I have left. It's actually crazy. It lasts like 9 or 10 days if it's properly refrigerated. Completely unpasteurized, no preservatives. Raw milk is the way, everybody. Yeah, free range cows, of course.
Yeah, good.
Only the best. Pasture raised. They have names even, Trav. It's not a farm that's there's no like abattoir. They don't do meat and dairy. It's just a dairy farm. They love their cows.
Lovely. Cows are just grass puppies, dude.
You know, Trav, you set me off on something here. I actually set myself off. I was the one who brought the milk up. But they used to pasteurize milk because we didn't have fridges. So they had to extend the shelf life of the milk at that point. We then came up with refrigeration. And then that made pasteurization unnecessary. The industry was already so big, Trav, that they then had to find a way to keep the pasteurization industry alive. So they then made it illegal to drink raw milk, Trav. They've taken it away from us. So nutrient rich, vitamin dense, good for the tummy.
Good to know. Good to know.
I'm not selling this stuff, by the way, guys. I'm not going to be like ending this with, guys.
Hashtag ad.
For a coupon, 15%. Yeah, exactly. This is my passion, guys. Part of my personality.
Fair enough. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. I just want the cows to be happy. That's all I really want.
They are. I promise, man.
Okay.
Happy cows, happy milk.
Yeah.
Happy
fair
man.
enough. I'll let you have that one because as you know, I do think cows are an incredibly underrated animal in terms of like how much they appreciate like human contact. Like
that's true. Yeah, you're right.
Being like stroked and petted and just like they enjoy a good scratch and stuff like that. Like animals are precious and I think we should look after them.
Yeah, we have a responsibility.
Yeah. I saw a video of a giraffe being pet the other day, right? And you can imagine, like, these things are just so tall. They probably never get any sort of scratches on their head or any sort of affection ever. And it was loving it. It was adorable.
Giraffe have the same number of vertebrae in their neck that we do.
That sounds about right to me, to be honest with you, looking at them. Thank you for that fact. Listen,
I don't know.
I usually
Googled
provide.
it and I might be lying. Apparently they've got 33 vertebrae. We don't have 33 vertebrae, Trav. So I think I've been lied to.
Fair enough. I usually provide the animal facts though. So you've tried. So I really appreciate your attempt, and I
Wait,
will not
see.
forget it. Hang on, let me cast around. You have a look.
Yeah,
Hasanator will get 2. D-Donny and June will go down. Homeboys will get 1 in response. And actually does really good work to find Easy on the spin as well. But unfortunately, he's stuck in toward the cubby on lane. And obviously, Ruby knows exactly where he is. If he gets out with 1 more kill, it would be a miracle. He's creeping underneath the crosshair. Is Cade. Correctly done. And Mixmeister will look over to his teammate as if to say, yes, you're dead now, aren't you? I'm last alive.
That was still very brave from Cade, though, wasn't it? I mean,
was
just sliding
brave.
through the smoke like that. I will read into it. Whoever it was in the corner there for Delta, he knew that the player Ram from the CT's perspective was trying to take the attention away. Oh, he's fading away, Trav. Mixmeister, no, don't go yet. The game's still on. You're still alive.
I do love the name, by the way. Mixmeister. It rolls off the tongue, and it feels like maybe he's like a DJ as well. Do you think?
Yeah, that'd be a cool DJ name, actually. Mixing it up in the server.
Yeah.
Well, Delta are hitting the deck, unfortunately. There was some promise early on here on the map, but Ruby have now pulled ahead 8-3, regardless of what happens in this last round here. Surely Ruby have got enough in the tank to get the job done here, right?
You'd think. You would think.
Okay, so I wasn't fibbing. Giraffes and humans have the same number of vertebrae in their neck.
Okay.
So not including the spine.
Okay. That's pretty
We both have
crazy,
7.
actually.
Yeah.
I thought about it for a long time. I think you probably know that otters are my favourite animal, right? And have been since I was very, very, very young.
Yeah.
But I love big cats. And I think if I was to add one more to the list, I think it would be a giraffe, low-key. Because they're so, like...
Surely... you need a bird in there, Trav, like a bird of prey.
Yeah, but birds don't count in that category, because I've loved birds since I was... all types of, like, species of birds since I was a kid. That's, like, a different category for me. They are animals, obviously, but, like, a sub-genre.
Have you ever seen a giraffe in the wild before?
I haven't. I've never actually been to a proper wildlife park before.
Okay.
Like a zoo.
Man, Trav, you would be in your element in the Kruger National Park. Honestly, I can't oversell it. It's my favorite part of South Africa. I've got to bring you there one day, man.
Has to happen. I agree. Even if I'm there for like 2 days only,
That's
I'll
all you
happily...
need. At the bare minimum, just to get a taste of it.
Yeah, I'll be happy to do so one day. I just, as I said, I've been give it some thought the other week, and it's like, I think giraffes are really underrated, dude. Like, I feel like they're not loved as much as they should, even though I know lots of people love them. I just like,
they are
so
crazy
placid.
animals. Yeah, I know, but they're also they're like dinosaur-esque in a way. For me, like one is almost more conceivable than a giraffe is.
Yeah, because
Horse
like
with a horn on its head. Okay, yeah, cool. I can get on board with that. But then, just this like horse that has the super elongated neck all of a sudden with some horns on top. All right.
Listen,
cool, I guess.
we have deer that have like antlers, which is basically a horn on their head, right? Like tons of different deer with different types of antlers and everything. So, yeah, I think it's not inconceivable. That's why giraffes are so unique. I don't know.
Lots of other animals like to hang around with giraffes because giraffes can obviously see a lot. Though it's like a good warning sign for them, basically.
Yeah, true. And they're surprisingly fast as well. And that's because they've got big legs.
Oh, they can move.
But I think they can run like 30 miles an hour, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's right.
Yeah, probably. They also look pretty funny when they walk because they walk with their two lame side of their body at the same time, whereas almost all other four-legged animals will walk with the opposite leg at the same time. So front right and back left, and then front left and back right move simultaneously. For a giraffe, it's front right and back right move at the same time. I mean, they just like swing their limbs back and forth.
And the way they like bend down to drink as well is like...
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. It's a very basic thing to think about either as a kid or even as an adult, right? But like elephants as well, for example, famous for their long memories and remembering things from years, like decades and decades ago. Technology will never reach a point Unless you're like a chimpanzee or an orangutan who's like pressing a button to like reference something or something like that. But technology will never reach a point where we'll ever be able to know what dogs and elephants and cats are actually truly thinking. Because obviously it's not an English language. Dogs are incredible, obviously, for like their learning capabilities, and like, that goes without saying. But wild animals like elephants, who have these insane brains, who can remember everything, who can like, if they're like in captivity and they're in like a good captivity where they're like enriched and stuff with like drums and stuff. I saw a video of one drumming with its trunk the other day, like in tune with the human playing with him, and it's like these guys are so smart, and we'll never actually know what they're thinking, what they have to say.
Yeah, we wouldn't actually be able to see what's going on in their brain. Interspecies communication. It would be crazy if that was
very basic, as I
ever...
said. It's a very basic thought, but it's just something that's
I know,
crazy.
but it is still a crazy thought, yeah, in general. I mean, I guess body language, probably what we'd be able to go off of, right?
Yeah.
I wonder though, Trav, I mean, I wonder if there would be a world in which we can come up with some sort of AI or device, read the brain waves and then translate them to something that we could actually conceive.
True. By the way, usually Bloodline, our beautiful producer, would usually be coming on the mic at this point and saying, Trav, hey, do you want to go to a break? Because we've got a player disconnected and you've been around for a while. But clearly, he's loving this conversation so much that he's not even suggested it yet. And that is my goat. Bloodline never change.
I think that's like the stamp of approval, basically, that what we've got going on right now, that this conversation is hitting the spot, Trav.
Oh, God. As you can see, that's how I verbalize it out loud. We are waiting for Dosic to rejoin the server, and obviously they are in a LAN.
I thought we paused this so we could just actually have a conversation about animals. That's news to
true.
me.
That would have been better than what they're doing right now, probably. But anyway.
True.
Offense aside, apologies. They're obviously all in a LAN place together, so I think they know what's going on and what the issue is, and they'll probably be able to fix it as time goes on. D-Donny needs a kill. Bless him. I really hope he gets one. If not too long from him rejoining. Bloodline has told us that he'll be rejoining soon. But yeah,
I saw... Okay, no, you go ahead.
I just want to say one final thing on the animal conversation is that it is, like you mentioned, it is very obvious what mood an animal is in, even a wild animal, right? Like, I think an elephant, for example, elephants are very expressive, and like you can tell whether they're angry or sad. They grieve, of course, for their fallen family members and stuff like that. So, yeah, it is very obvious. But other than like just basic emotions which are visible, we'll never actually know, and that's crazy.
That makes me sad, Trav. That's like one of those real lives you have as a kid, where it's like, oh man, like for real, it's just like this. I feel like this whole world has been taken away from you. But you know what? At least we got some Counter-Strike coming back onto our screens once again. Dosic is in the server, and the game is live, so let's get underway. Yes, Trav.
Very quickly, what animals do you think would be on D_ancient?
Oh, Jaguar, first thing that comes to mind.
Of course,
absolutely.
Position, yeah.
There'd be some like crazy, flamboyant, wild jungle birds, which I'd love to see.
Yeah, agree.
Definitely snakes, Trav. Tons of snakes and spiders, that's for sure.
There you go. Well done. That's what I hoped.
Okay, was that what you were looking for?
I was hoping to hear those answers. Homeboys has crept his way through Donut here, and he's got a really good timing. He's got a freebie. He's got an absolute freebie on the AWP, but he might try and play for more.
Oh, he's banking it.
And I like the decision, because they are down 4 versus 5. He's got to go looking for 2 kills. Cade has absolutely no clue. If he flanks B, like June's here as well, by the way, they've got 2 kills in the back, and they've taken them both just like that. Hasanator may have found Dosic, unfortunately, which is a bit awkward. It still means it's a 3v3, but they can get the bomb down comfortably, and the rotations were actually further away because they thought there was no risk toward A whatsoever.
That is hilarious that there's 2 players for Delta who find the same AWP, but both exact same angle where they both employ trigger discipline. Eventually they put him to death. That's a missed shot from Homeboys. We will start to close the gap here as they look to serve a bomb site.
We're back. It's all good. BB3. D-Donny will find his first kill of the game. My king. I'm so happy for him. Homeboys will take that 1 kill. And actually, that is really rough. That is really, really rough. Can D-Donny clutch up 1 versus 3. He can't. He can!
No, but the bomb.
Yes!
He can. He has. He has. Okay, well, there we go. Delta will get themselves a 4th round on the board here. We're going to have to wait and see if that's going to make a difference in the grand scheme of things. Does that give them enough to stand some sort of a fighting chance here going into their CT side? It's a tall order, Trav. Not just based off what we've seen so far throughout this map, but you got to remember, guys, Dust 2 moments ago was 113-0 by Ruby, and now they're back on the T side. They're in control, dictate the pace of the game, play on their terms, and I am worried about Delta's cause.
Indeed, I am too. But a great round to win to finish off the half. D-Donny got that 1 kill, stayed alive. That was enough. They couldn't get on the bomb for the second time quickly enough. And actually quite a hold on that one. But in comes the play toward B with lots of players around lane. And a great bit of flash work as well for the side of Ruby to get a couple of entries. It's a 4v3 and Homeboys has already been goofed down to 12 after his 1 kill in the round. So it's a hard way back when you've got that health disadvantage.
The whole world was over on the side of the start of the round. And I do like this from Ruby because they saw a lot of players, they saw a lot of presence over towards this part of the map, and Mo then just try and hightail towards the opposite side of the map, but Ruby have just gone radio silent, acting as they're no longer here, and now they're going to pounce. That wave of util raining on side. Going to be the first player to try and take charge. Donny dancing around the pillar. Room to work with, and he will go down, but there's an immediate response.
2v2, Mixmeister, Smoke Kit. But Homeboys, as I said, very low HP. Caden Easy should find this one. Oh, she also finds someone in the smoke, but no, he doesn't check it in time. Now Easy has to clutch. It's 1 bullet that's needed. And eventually he'll find it. That was a little bit spooky for Ruby. But in the end, the gem shines bright.
Yeah, very good work indeed. It was looking touch and go. Good work from Delta to even just give themselves there, considering the way it started and that strong execute into the B bomb site. Delta are going to full save. You know me, Tro, I love this call right now. So many teams are just full force in the situation. Almost just count themselves out of the game off the back of going for that force fire, especially if they lose it. But they're going to concede the 10th round here to Ruby and then give it everything they've got in the gun round afterwards.
Fair enough. It's not like they're letting them get to 12, right? It's only 10. Say only. It's still very difficult, but there's a bit of a difference. In come the pistols. That's very comfortable for Easy. And actually, I'll be delighted that they lined up the way they did, to be honest with you. Quite, well, easy. It's kind of funny, right, that I think in a game where so many people say Easy, he's the only one that's still playing, really. Like, there's a couple of Easies from days gone by, from like Poland and Germany, but that alias isn't as common as I thought it would be.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. I actually haven't heard of any other players named Easy before. I mean, I'm sure if I had a look on HLTV, but I don't
Honestly,
remember it off the top.
Honestly, I think this Easy is the most relevant of all of them. There's one from Germany who hasn't even got a single match or team on HLTV. I think he's played...
Well, that's not hard to beat.
That's not hard to beat. There's one from Poland who apparently is 46 years old, and hasn't played since DreamHack Valencia 2014 for Overgaming.
Not so easy for him.
Yeah, he played with Hyper, Lord, and Furlan actually on that Polish roster.
Okay.
Right. And there's a Japanese one that played in WASG Japan in 2016. And I'm afraid there's no Japanese player I see here that I recognize. So
I wonder what the total player, like the counts of profiles, player profiles there actually are on HLTV.
Well, there are IDs, like in the URL, when you...
So I guess you could just try and like put numbers in until you actually just don't get anything.
Yeah. As far as I know, I'm going to quickly check it right now. Carrigan, he's number 429. I think... Let's check it. See if I'm right. I think someone like Roban or someone is like number 2 or number 3 or something like that. So you can find the number, but it just takes a bit of effort.
Is that just the number in the URL?
Yeah, the number in the URL, but obviously you need like the name as well. Robin is number 2,
Yes, sure.
I can confirm. Robin
Okay,
is 2.
that's crazy. Well, this round has not gone the way that Delta would have hoped, unfortunately. This is the round that they had full save for in the previous. They got the guns to work with here, but they've just been shut down emphatically. Ruby just winning out all these gunfights. It's just Dosic left remaining, quivering, quaking, waking. Won't be awake for much longer, though, I'm afraid. Will be involuntarily put to sleep.
Forest is number 29, by the way. Just give you an example, like if you remember like really old players, you can just check and you'll see the URL at the top and find what number they are. I don't know what the newest player would be. I think that's a very hard one to give you an example of, but let's just like go on a North American game, for example, and look at a new player. Let's look at Peeping from Nouns. He is number 22,135.
Oh, wow, okay.
So
there are a lot of player profiles out there for HLTV, man. Jeez. Trav, you and I still don't even have one. There's 22,000 out there.
I know. I've queried about this. Apparently, like a few more photos in the gallery, and we'll have a chance.
Okay, that's good to know.
Just get hired.
I wonder if HLTV ever would start to do talent. Yeah, cheers. Doing my best out here. You know. Okay.
Same here, mate. Same here. I haven't got one, so one day.
There's MP9s, 5 of them here for Delta. See if they can try and stop or kind of delay what feels inevitable at this point with Ruby just charging into the safe bomb site here. Couple rounds away from finishing off the job. Could be 1 round away if they do make this one work. Oh, the fake plant to try and draw the Temple player out. Very good attention to detail there for Cade. He can't get the kill, but he's got the info. Lots of pressure being applied right now by the CT side. And it's only Cade who's still here. And he's dead.
Yeah, and now Fozzle is left in 1v2. D-Donny, 2 kills in the round. He's upped his tally from 1 to 3. He's tripled his kill count, technically. But now he's gone down. Now Fozzle has a chance. 15 HP, good jump spot, but no. Homeboys will hit that 1 bullet required. Good idea from Fozzle to jump spot there, even though he was low. He needed info to try and just go for a mass pre-fire and hope for the best, but not allowed to.
It also feels like that was smart positioning there from Homeboy, just kind of sliding in. He had just died, because Fozzle would never have expected a second player to be right there as well. So I think that was some nice little decision making from him. 11-5. Delta live to fight for another day. How much more do they have left in them? Good tussle for middle here. Very good tussle for middle.
MP9 will push as well, but unfortunately that won't work because he's very, very blind. And the tussle for middle does go the way of Delta on this occasion. I'll be happy with that opening. As you rightly mentioned earlier, that sort of early round aggression does lend itself to their playstyle on a map like Ancient when you have to take control of mid as they do.
Yeah, it's why I kind of held out a bit of hope for Delta coming into Ancients, and I wish I had a few more with coming into the second half. Timing here for Mixmeister. Oh, it's going to be good. Neat little burst there from him. That's going to drop the bomb as well. Just gets tossed over and certainly foils any plans that Ruby had in the round.
Yeah, and a chance to get some control of the economy at some point here for Delta. If they win this round, especially with 4 alive, they'll be a bit more cash available to them, mostly with some AK upgrades as well. And Ruby will have 1 more buy, I think, but maybe only that 1 more. They found a gap, however, incredibly. I'm not sure how Ruby have found this gap, but they can actually get a 2v4 after plant here, I think. Oh, and Kay tries to give us something aggressive.
Jeepers.
It was with the bomb. I don't really, like, I get it. He's 2v4. He wants to try and look for 1 kill before he goes down, maybe, but yeah, in the end he will go down anyway. The plant will come through, which is a good bit of money, but it's Mixmeister with 3 kills. And Delta have got something to talk about in this game.
Yeah, stringing consecutive rounds together now on their CT side, breaking the bank of Ruby's economy as well. This is a good showing from them. This is positive. I mean, we can see that they combine nicely in towards middle, playing off of each other. Both the mid players find a frag there. They got that nice flank there being added into the mix as well. Wave after wave. Never ending. The waves only end if they're all dead, Trav.
Or if the water disappears from the oceans.
Or if the moon disappears.
True. That might be an issue if that happens, locally.
Yeah, it would shake things up. Certainly would be a talking point, I reckon.
I mean, like, who needs, like, I don't know. Who needs Neptune? We can do without Neptune. But the moon? Come on now.
Get serious. What are you talking about?
Just... Right. There's a chance for Delta to get their hand on the game now and actually get some control of the economy, because they're out of money, are Ruby, after this buy, and they've already lost Hasanator. Fuzzle's already down to 23 HP, and, well, they've kind of got no map control. Only a little bit toward lane and toward cave, so Delta are in a good position here.
I just don't want to see them aggress at all any further here in the round. You don't need to make any more moves, boys, because that has led to their downfall a couple of series when they have had an advantage, and then they just continue to try and do too much with it.
Yeah, can they learn from those previous errors and convert?
What's the plan here? Ruby are leaving this incredibly late, so they're going to try and sell a bit of a fake on the same bomb site with YaLLa. He hasn't actually thrown a smoke. I thought he would have been more active in trying to pull rotations, and there's barely even been a muscle moved away from that B bomb. Oh, Ruby now start going to make their way through. June tucked in the corner is going to get overrun, but there's still another player on the bomb site. Plants go 2v3. There's a chance for Ruby, but it's highly unlikely.
Oh, if Cade can get away, and he can get away, there's a chance, because YaLLa has taken D-Donny in mid. Alright, the bomb is going to be held though, and that's going to make it very difficult. That's the right decision to make, by the way. Immediately have one player hold the defuse, have homeboys peek on a timing to catch him on the run-up. That's the right way to go about it. Well played. And now, 11-7, a plant gives Ruby some money, so they might invest something, but there's a very small chance they could do something here.
Yeah, you're right, Trav. That was the perfect way for them to play that post plant as well, because they knew there was a player hard committed to middle, so they just had to lock Cade out of the bomb site, and they knew that he had just gone down ramp. So good heads-up decision-making there from Delta. Denying Ruby a couple times now, just got to make sure that they don't slip up against the pistols, which could prove to be a bit of a problem. Hasanator, though, looked like he was caught looking back and towards mid for a moment. Now, Mixmeister, he can shift his focus in towards the safe bomb side. Good for a kill. He needs his teammate to trade, but it's Easy who's doubled down and leaves Cade in the clutch.
He's found one of the M4s on the ground as well. That's big. He only had a deagle before that. Picked up an incendiary too. The thing that, of course, is going against him is that Dosic has control of the bomb. Dosic has not had a great game so far, so Cade, you maybe appreciate the chance, and oh my goodness, he has the mother and father of all shadow advantages there, and he can't win the round.
Alright, well, we've got to start to have a very real conversation about Delta bringing this the whole way back. They've won 4 in a row. There's just a 3-round gap now. It's going to be another gun round for Ruby, but if they lose this one, then the game is wide open at that point. What a stark contrast between maps, 13-0 on the first, but certainly some competition here on the second. Easy, you got to buy something, my friend. Trying to figure out how he wants to spend his money. Takes a little bit longer than his team will settle for a Galil with some utility. Ruby have to lock in now, Trav.
Yeah, a case of a team maybe being a little bit lackadaisical, right, in a moment like this, where you've won the first map by literal clean sheet. It's a whitewash. And, yeah, letting off the gas a little bit. Giving Delta an opportunity. They're showing better stuff though, Delta. Give them their credit. It's not all Ruby being a bit quieter. It's Delta trying to put something together, and they have. It looks a lot better. Smoke top, red room. D-Donny will put a few bullets through it, and then push through it, because he's got June to help. I like this. Together, they do try and do it together, but timing was a little bit off, and that's why they're getting picked off one by one. There's a trade on the second player, but there are still 2 more here. Hold on, Ruby. Careful now. And thankfully, they do actually manage to figure that out before they get onto the site or lose the bomb. And now HP is actually quite a big issue. 15 and 41. Round's not over because Dosic has found one of those too.
Yeah, good timing there from Red Dream. He's going to be able to catch a player. The bomb carrier still has to try and get in towards this B bomb site. They now know that Fozel's there as well. Oh man, Dosic has been able to slide into short. He's looking to try and get in and amongst these two players right now. Fozel's going to swing, and he does get the kill, but this is still very doable for Homeboys. Problem is, he's as low as Fozel, if not lower, in fact, and Fozel will be able to stand tall and get the job done. That was sweaty, though.
Squeaky bum time. But I'm sure they're relaxed. It's 12-8 after all, and was 11-8. Still a little bit of room for manoeuvre. Now they've got multiple match points and a chance to recover their record, of course, in this closed qualifier. Another Swiss stage. This is 0 and 1 bracket. And, yeah, definitely a lot of teams in that 0 and 2 brackets. Possibility of teams being there you don't necessarily want to face if you're Ruby. So 1-on-1 is currently taken up by Rush B, Z10, Unity. Teams they can maybe fight against. 2-2 or 2-0, sorry, is currently taken up by Monty and Sangal. As expected, you would think.
You've got to expect this as well if you're Ruby, because these are the plays that Delta continue to make, but they're not ready for it. The double flank there. Mixmeister to find no one home on this B bomb site for now. I guess there is one player who's about to arrive. Bomb carrier has to try and get across while the smoke is still in play. You can't afford to take this fight, mate. Get that bomb onto the site. There's even a massive flank through T-spawn right now. This has got to be really difficult for Ruby. I mean, I would even go so far as to say next to impossible. There is every avenue of entry available for Delta to try and pressure this B bomb site.
Oh, this is very winnable. Angle should be checked. It's still a 1-for-1 for Dosic, though. I'll be very happy with that. Oh, Fozel almost got 2 more. It's now all down to Cade. Stuck in cave. Can go for a wallbang if possible. The defuse will come in permanently, and probably should realise that. 10-second defuse should be an easy spam. There we go. Cade looking for 2 more. 1 HP on the second player, and here comes the second stick. And again, it's kitless. A push forward, an easy find for Cade. That is a 1v3 that honestly you felt was coming, but he still executed it expertly.
I mean, I wasn't as confident of the 1 versus 3 as you were there. I was thinking that was going to be Delta finding another round and keeping the game going for a little bit longer. You can see that K does his homework. He's got that lineup, gets that kill, just immediately ruins the round because there's no kit for Delta. So I reckon as he gets that first frag, that's basically job done. Kill was good from him as well. Cade continues to impress, and at least Delta gave us something to talk about on that second map, Trav. There was more than just glimpses there on Ancients, I reckon.
Exactly right. I mean, I'm happy they performed to a better level on Ancient. And if we got to Mirage, that is a map where I've actually seen them do even better work lately. So, for their sake, it's another good learning experience for them. They'll have 1 more, obviously, in this tournament. If they're lucky, maybe 1 or 2 more. But, yeah, obviously there's a lot to work on. Some of their individuals did not show up, and obviously that 13-0 on map 1 definitely skews the KDs. Dune and D-Donny kind of absent mostly in the game overall. And there's kind of the normal suspects performing well on Ruby as well. So, pretty normal day in the office, I feel like, for Ruby. They'll be happy with that, get it done. We've got some other matches for them to come.
Yeah, I guess any other team that would have ended up in the 0-2 bracket is very that Ruby were the ones to get the job done here, so that they don't have to potentially play against Ruby in that 0-2 matchup. Delta seems like a far more favorable opponent with all due respect. Yeah, the Swiss stage is starting to take some shape now, right, Trav? As we've now through a day of the second round, and yeah, starting to see some teams are teetering in that 0-2, getting an idea of maybe a few teams we can expect to qualify as well. So yeah, things are heating.
Indeed, and of course, mate, we're back tomorrow for the evening games, I believe. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what we're going to have. We'll obviously be with you for those last 2 games of the day. But for now, we're done with the Compass broadcast for this closed qualifier. And we hope you have a good evening and sleep well. See you soon.
Cheers.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
expert. On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke! Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of... Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial, still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!